Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Looks like first up is Mr. Taylor. Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Have to unmute yourself, Mr. Taylor. I can't hear you. Can't hear you, sir. Still can't hear you. You have something plugged up?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're here for Mr. Thomas, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Calling case number 2206-027201. People of the state of Michigan versus Jonathan Thomas and Elvis. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons felt with firearm. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Edward Taylor, P57166, appearing on behalf of Mr. Thomas Nevels. Mr. Nevels, would you state your name for the record, please?
So, he has to connect his audio.
You got to unmute Mr. Nevels.
He's not even connected to his audio. What's your pleasure, Mr. Taylor?
I understand that we want this case to be dismissed, Your Honor.
So, Judge, I actually called Mr. Taylor to inform him that this case was set for tomorrow for an exam. Your Honor, the complainant adamantly refuses to come to court for this case. So I do not anticipate, I know that she is not going to be appearing for tomorrow's exam. So I asked Mr. Taylor that he would appear as well as his client so that we could handle this matter today.
That is correct, yeah.
So the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Taylor. Take care.
Sir, on the iPhone, what's your name?
Norman Schroeder.
Mr. Schroeder, please take your hat off, sir.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Ms. Phelps, what are you here on?
Good morning, Judge. I have Elijah Gaden in custody at Wayne County Jail. Oh, just kidding. I have Frank Mathis with you this morning.
Yeah, just kidding.
Sorry, that's the wrong quarter.
All right, so Frank Mathis.
Yes.
Case number 2305-547401. People of the state of Michigan versus Frank Mathis. Defendant is charged in count 1, stalking aggravated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P 83355. Mr. Mathis isn't on yet. If you give me 1 second, I'll get him to zoom in. Right. Your Honor, while we're waiting for Mr. Mathis, he is logging on right now. He does have another matter that's up tomorrow with Judge Giles. I don't know if that's something you want to move over here. It's the same complaining witness, but it isn't domestic violence.
If it's not domestic violence, it doesn't meet my criteria.
Okay.
Mr. Mathis,
Yes, sir.
tell us your name for the record.
Frank Eddie Mathis.
And what's your pleasure, Ms. Phelps?
Your Honor, we are ready to schedule this for a preliminary exam. I know I've received paper discovery in this case, and I have received digital as well.
Court will continue to plead not guilty. I set this matter for preliminary examination on. The fuck is this? We can do February 27th at 2 o'clock.
I cannot do 2 o'clock that day. I have a training.
9 o'clock.
Yes, I can do 9.
February 27th at 9 o'clock. We continue.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mathis, you're all set. Okay, I'll give you a call when I'm done with court in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Belcher.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm standing in for Ben Gonick on Miss Corbin's matter.
Okay. Do I have a prosecutor here on Corbin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Calling case number 21058454. People of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Kariana Corbin. Defendant is charged in count 1, reckless driving causing death. Count 2, operating drag racing.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonhomme on behalf of the people, P84189.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P 80177 on behalf of Miss Corbin. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Ben Gonick. Miss Corbin, will you please unmute and state your name for the record?
My name is Kariana Corbin.
It's a pleasure, counsel.
Your Honor, I believe we've been provided all of the discovery in this matter. We are requesting an in-person preliminary examination, and I did need to address bond.
House February 28th at 10 o'clock.
It looks like he will be in Oakland County in the morning, and then he has a hearing in federal court after that. Do you have anything in the afternoon on the 28th, Judge?
No. March 9th at 10 o'clock.
He has a jury trial scheduled to start. Let me check my schedule to see if I can assist. I can help him on March 9th, Judge.
All right, March 9th at 10 o'clock. That's the bond.
Yes, Your Honor. At the last PCC, I did bring up that Miss Corbin is on a house arrest tether. At the time, we did not have somebody from the homicide unit, so Your Honor suggested that I bring it up on today's PCC. She's expecting to start school next week, as well as she'd like to seek and maintain employment. Given that she's been on house arrest, she has not been working. I didn't know if Your Honor would consider lifting the hours of restrictions to allow her to go to school and find a job.
Your Honor, can I just ask what those, the hours that the defense counsel is requesting?
Ms. Corbin, can you please let the court know what hours you'll be in school?
I'll be in school from 9 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, from Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I believe the schedule said.
What school?
It's for phlebotomy at Michigan Works. It's a program that I'm going through for my phlebotomy class. And I have it 3 days out the week from 9 to 2.
Your Honor, people have no objection for the tether to be lifted from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
And Your Honor, I would just indicate she would need time to get to and from. So if you could give her courtesy with maybe like 8 to 3.
All right, how's she getting there? Because I don't want to drive it.
I believe
My mom's gonna take me.
her mother will be assisting, Judge.
All right, no driving. Send me an order to that effect, Ms. Belcher. I'll execute the same.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a great day.
You too. Ms. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
Good, and yourself?
I'm well, thank you. I have Mr. Lackey. The APA is Mr. Vella.
Okay. Is Mr. Bella here? Yes, he is.
Yes.
Case number 2206-06-001 for the state of Michigan versus Michael Lackey. And then is charged in count 1, homicide, first degree premeditated. Count 2, witnesses retaliating against. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felony, firearms.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Bella on behalf of the people, P68673.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191 on behalf of Michael Lackey. He is incarcerated in the Wayne County Jail, and I'd ask to waive his appearance for today.
For the way the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we had this set, I believe 2 weeks ago for a competency evaluation. The Forensic Center did find Mr. Lackey competent. We had asked for more time to be able to do an independent evaluation. After consulting with several social workers and meeting more with Mr. Lackey, I believe we are actually prepared to stipulate to his competency at this time and set him for a preliminary examination.
Okay. Did you so stipulate, Mr. Bella?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a report authored by Dr. Susan Tremonte of the Department of Health and Human Services Center for Forensic Psychiatry, dated January 17th of this year, with a report number of 1014108. We would stipulate to the admittance of that report and the finding that the defendant is competent at this time.
All right, the court makes a finding that this competency trial will continue if not guilty to set this matter for preliminary examination. I was March 9th at 1:30.
Your Honor, I start a homicide trial March 6th and then another homicide trial March 13th. If it's possible, if we can have it after those 2 weeks.
don't know, Mr. Bella, maybe you may not be able to do this case with you.
Your Honor, is it possible that we can do it on either March 21st or March 23rd?
Ms. Anderson,
Judge, I don't have any objection.
March 21st at 10 o'clock.
Judge, I do have an exam at 11 in River Rouge for a different homicide. Is there any way to either do the afternoon on that day or the 22nd?
Homicides are Tuesdays and Thursdays, so the 21st or the 23rd.
I can either do the afternoon of the 21st or anytime the 23rd, whatever is best for the court.
March 21st at 1:30.
That's fine, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Bella.
This, is that Coed or Shoei?
It is Choate, Your Honor.
Show. Okay, I missed that all. Sorry.
That
What
is
do you
more than
got?
okay. I am here on Mr. Gerald Haley. Or Haley Gerald, excuse me.
Calling case number 230554610 from State of Michigan versus Gerald Haley. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Haley. Your Honor, my office does not have a number for Mr. Haley. I have attempted to search it. However, we were just assigned the case a few days ago. I would request an adjournment in order to give my investigator time to get contact information and locate Mr. Haley so that he can be engaged with the case.
All right, court will adjourn the probable cause conference to February 24th at 8:30.
That is perfect for me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noakes,
Good morning, Your Honor.
morning, you must be here on Schroeder.
That's correct, Your Honor. Is Mr. Schroeder present on Zoom?
Unless this is him on his iPhone.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, if I could have a couple of minutes with Mr. Schroeder in a breakout room.
Sorry, I'm here.
Good morning, Mr. Schroeder.
Morning.
I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney, Mr. Schroeder. Hold on a second.
Thank you.
Go ahead and jump. Hey, Mr. Notes, are you ready?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Bring him up. Okay, correct.
Call it case number 2305-549201 for the state of Michigan versus Norman Schroeder. Defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense. Defendant has a habitual offender work offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit. On behalf of Mr. Norman Schroeder, who's present via Zoom, Mr. Schroeder consents to hold this hearing via Zoom. Mr. Schroeder, please tell the judge your name.
Norman Adolph Schroeder, Jr.
Hey, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we're requesting an in-person preliminary exam.
House February 27th at 9:30.
It's a good day, good time.
February 27th at 9:30, bond be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Schroeder, I'll be in touch.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir.
Two hands.
Yes.
That is the 21st.
At 10 o'clock.
Yes. Down here, out there. Go down the tier.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go watch it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Amber? Yes, that's good.
No, I don't.
Here for our 10 o'clock.
We got the prosecutor here for Griffin so far. Let's see.
Good morning, good morning.
Lauren Anderson, Lauren, Lauren. Yeah.
Officer, take all of the things.
Yes.
I'm like, I have to.
Well, I figured out the flash drive issue, if this ever happens again, it's just.
Mr. Griffin.
Should be quick, it's be tough, so look forward to it. I'll bring them up to it. What's up?
Sean Griffin. Calling case 2355066, people of the state of Michigan versus Sean Griffin. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder, count 2 carjacking, count 3 and 4 felony firearm. This matter was held in part to today's date. Mr. Clerk, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and I'm University 2812 on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Warren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Sean Griffin, who is present.
Tell me your name, Mr. Griffin. All right, so this matter was held in part, and Mr. Kehoe was so kind to give me the video that the court was supposed to do. I did do the same. Are we ready for bind over arguments?
Yes, that's correct, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor, and I know there was some delay in getting that video, so I do appreciate the court's time that was taken to watch that lengthy video.
I have no idea. I fell asleep, woke up, watched it again, fell asleep, woke up, watched it again. I got it done.
I appreciate it, Judge. That said, I know the judge has had, that you, Your Honor, have had the opportunity to watch the video and to make your determinations as to the facts therein, so I'm not going to belabor the point too much. That said, we're here, providing over as a probable cause standard, the facts in the video without going too in depth. It was clear from Mr. Griffin's statement that he and another individual were going out to a field park. He states that in his statement. They go, they see Mr. Alisa asleep in his car outside of his home. They go get a firearm, come back. And it's a couple times throughout the interview, Your Honor, there's a statement made by Mr. Griffin whether he was out speaking to Mr. Alisa with the other individual or if he had actually gone back into his car while this event unfolds. And then what is clear from Mr. Griffin's statement is that when the actual shooting occurred, he indicated that he was in the vehicle. They both leave the scene, come back, and that's when Mr. Griffin grabs the keys from Mr. Alisa on the ground, attempts to get into the car and drive it up. I'm sorry?
That was one version.
Right.
One version that he gave. Another version that he gave was that he got it from the person that he was with that did the shooting.
Correct, Judge. There were several different stories to that statement, Judge. That's absolutely correct. I apologize. And then as he was walking away down the street was when he was ultimately then picked up by the Detroit police, which is why we're here, Judge. So I know that you've had the opportunity to look at the facts and the circumstances. I know that this court knows the law, so I'm not going to argue the fact, but I just remind the court, as you know, that this is just a probable cause standard. I think that there is sufficient evidence to bind over counts 1 and 2 based on that standard, Judge. That said, I don't believe that there is sufficient evidence for counts 3 and 4. I think the statement makes it abundantly clear that Mr. Griffin at no point possessed a gun. Not even a joint possession or by some other theory, Judge. So I would move to dismiss counts 3 and 4 based on that basis. But just in addition, Your Honor, I would ask for an added count of accessory after the fact, Your Honor. I think it's abundantly clear that when Mr. Griffin then picked up the keys or the car and attempted to drive it away, that he did so with the purpose to either take that evidence.
From your perspective, doesn't that kind of muddy the waters though? Because that would be something I think the defense would be arguing at a trial, that he didn't aid and abet the carjacking, it was merely an accessory after the fact.
Judge, I think that they both can, although unusual, that they both can exist in the same situation of fact. But that's all I'm asking, Judge.
Sounds.
Judge, you raised a point I was actually going to bring up, that I think the more appropriate, charge for both the felony murder and the carjacking will be an accessory after the fact. Although there were several different variations of this story that were given by Mr. Griffin in that statement, it was consistent that he was in the vehicle at the time of the shooting, and he was extremely consistent that he did not have any idea, that this other individual was going to actually pull a trigger, that this was an intimidation thing as far as he knew, but not that he had any knowledge that a homicide would actually take place. So I do think the more appropriate charge would be an accessory after the fact for both the felony murder and the carjacking, because of that one consistency that he stood fast throughout the entirety of that statement. The only other matter, Judge, that I would say is, although the prosecutor did submit this statement, when we spoke to the OIC the other day, who was the only prosecution witness, he didn't have any knowledge of how Mr. Griffin could actually come into custody in the first place. All he knew was that he got this statement from Mr. Griffin, and that was the extent of his involvement. He hadn't been at the scene. He had no idea how Mr. Griffin actually came into custody, how far away he had been from the scene, how he became the suspect in the first place. So I don't believe that the prosecution could actually establish probable cause to even take him into custody for this statement to have been made in the first place. For all we know, he was taken out of his bed and taken over to get this statement.
Let's say that happened. So what? So long as he was given his rights, he understood those rights and conveyed his rights and made a statement.
Judge, I would disagree. I think it still could be fruit of the poisonous tree if there is not an actual ground that's laid for him to be taken into custody to waive those rights in the first place. Otherwise, I don't think that the police have the right to just go pick people off the street at any given point and take them in and start asking them questions about a charge. That's still a detention. That's still a seizure of the person. And there was no evidence or no testimony that actually laid the groundwork for him being taken into custody in the first place to have made this statement.
I disagree with you on that. I also disagree with you in large part with the accessory after the fact as opposed to felony murder and carjacking. The reason why is that the court paid very close attention to the statement and the different variations that he made of that statement. One thing we know about the truth doesn't change. His story changed over and over. And the reason that the story changed over and over again, I think it's because he had some cognizance of guilt. The fact that the defendant was with this other person who he claims was his cousin, and he doesn't know his cousin's name, only by a nickname, but that he went with his cousin to go steal, or go rob, or go carjack something. He knew that his cousin was going to get done by his own words. That his cousin went to the auntie's house to go get it done. And the likely and probable consequences of someone being robbed, interjecting a gun into the picture, is that someone could get killed. So it is foreseeable that this could be a likely consequence of those actions. Carjacking someone with a gun, probable consequences is that someone could get shot and killed. And that's exactly what happened. As we know about aiding and abetting, any amount of aid or encouragement one gives another in the commission of the crime, you're just as guilty as if you are in fact the principal. So I'm not looking at not only what the defendant did at the time, before, during, after he saw that this man had been shot, and even if that caught him totally off guard, he didn't know that this was going to happen, he still continued to participate in the crime, which was, the initial crime was to steal this man's car, taking his keys. So I think that I met the burden of probable cause as it relates to felony murder, which was the murder that was perpetrated through the commission of a carjacking. in the carjacking itself, which is what we originally set out to do. Court will dismiss counts 3 and 4 for insufficient evidence. Court finding counts 1 and 2 are committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause to believe this committed finding the Wayne County Circuit Court. Criminal provision for proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time will be February 23rd, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Have a seat.
And I did not find those. Especially after the fact.
You saw that plan, right?
Yes, you need it back? Yeah, I have to go back to my office.
It's the only one I have. Judge, I apologize.
No problem.
Yeah.
What we're supposed to have specific confidence.
She's saying it's not even dismissal for counsel.
Yes, Judge.
Same. All right, I'll come down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you for on that Diners Drive-In sideshow. What is it?
Council. Defense counsel. Mr. Hill.
Aye.
I need your name, your opponent's name. Ryan Hill? Who's
Ryan.
You're Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the other person?
James Bowden. James Bowden, O-W-D-E-N.
What is it?
B-O-W-D-E-N.
Thank you.
Thank you. You get that someday.
Morning, yep. This is the identification page that just came in last house. That's the. Swing your mask up.
Terry Allen Warrenville. Calling case 22-61123, people of the state of Michigan versus Terry Allen Warrenville. Minutes charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, assault, intent murder. Count 3 and 4, felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Judge. Leslie Cooper on behalf of the people, P 30857.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, my name is James Bowden, P 67720. I appear on behalf of the defendant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Hill, P 68445, on behalf of the defendant.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are.
How many witnesses?
I have subpoenaed 2. I have 1 here and available, so I could do it with 1 if the officer gets here.
All right. Any preliminary matters you'd like to use?
Judge, I would start with the cause and manner of death. Thank you. Judge, I am reading from a medical certificate of death, which is a State of Michigan Department of Health and Human Services document. It indicates that the victim, Jacqueline Wyrenbelski, which is Jaclyn, Wyrenbelski, Wyrembelski, a female, died on 12/29/22 at 3991 Beaconsfield, City of Detroit, County of Wayne. It indicates that the assistant medical examiner was Teresa Wen, which is spelled Nguyen, MD, and she found that the cause of death in this case was a gunshot wound and the manner of death was homicide. That document was signed by Dr. Wen. I move for its admission, sir.
Any objection?
Your Honor, no objection. We stipulate to the same for the purpose of the preliminary exam.
Admitted.
Thank you. And also I will be asking for a stipulation that the body of Jacqueline Wyrenbelski, a 25-year-old female, was in fact identified by Kristen, Christen, Manderachia, Manderachia, who is identified as the sister of the victim. And that body was identified at the office of the medical examiner.
So stipulation, for example.
You're also, Your Honor, again, for the purpose of the exam, we stipulate to the same.
Court receives that stipulation.
Thank you, Judge. We will call Howard Mercino.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter seated here.
Howard.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box up here. Pull the door open and have a seat. Speak directly into that microphone for us so we can hear you through the mask. Okay? Pull the microphone to your mouth. May you give me ready.
Thank you. Would you give us your name, sir?
Howard Mercino.
Mr. Mercino, I'm going to draw your attention to the date of December 29th, 2022. Where were you on that location, on that date?
Beaconsfield.
Okay. Do you remember the address on Beaconsfield?
3991.
Okay. And who were you with?
Jacqueline Wyrenbelski.
Okay. And how did you know Jacqueline Wyrenbelski?
Ex-girlfriend of mine.
What was the purpose of being at that location?
We'd actually kind of finally just started talking again. Messaged me on the blue, asked me what I was doing. I stopped over there on my way back from work.
Okay, so was she already there at that location?
Yes.
And then you stopped there in your vehicle. What was your vehicle at that time?
2015 Chevy Silverado,
Okay, what color?
black.
On that occasion, approximately what time did you stop at that address on Beaconsfield?
I want to say I got there around 11.
And was Ms. Wyrowski living at that location, do you know?
Yes, she'd been staying there for a few months.
Okay. And did you go someplace inside that house?
Living room, upstairs. Other than that, that was about it, really.
So the living room and the upstairs, what's located upstairs?
I believe her brother's video game or computer room, something like that.
How long had you been upstairs in the house?
30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe.
What happened after you had been upstairs?
Came down, grabbed my things, went to leave.
When you say grab your things, what do you mean by that?
Well, I went to grab my boots and my coat.
Okay.
And, on my way out.
What happened at that point?
Terry and Jacqueline started arguing.
Okay, who is Terry?
Her brother.
Do you see Terry here in the courtroom today? Stand up if you need to. Okay. Do you see him, identify him where he's sitting and what he's wearing, please?
Wearing a green jumpsuit, white undershirt, mask,
And where is he seated?
on a bench.
To my right, to my left, I'm sorry, to your right.
My right, your left, yes.
And Judge, for the record, he's identified Terry Wyrowski.
So noted.
And had you met Mr. Wyrowski before that day?
Yes. Yes.
So you knew him and recognized him on that occasion?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Tell me, had Jacqueline and or you been drinking that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what were you drinking?
Vodka.
Was Ms. Jacqueline also drinking the same thing?
Yes.
Was that there at the house or some other location?
We both went and got it.
I'm sorry?
We both went and picked it up. We went to the store.
Oh, okay. So go back and tell us when, after you arrived, you went to the store.
Probably, I want to say we went there probably about 12:30, 12:45.
Okay. And where was that store located?
Right down the road. It was, actually, no, I had to go to a mile or two on 94, I think.
Did you go in your truck?
Yes.
Okay. Was anybody else with you?
Just me and Jacqueline.
Did you make any other stops?
No, ma'am.
And what did you do after you got back to the location, after that run to the store?
Sat down, continued to listen to music, and enjoyed alcohol. Other than that, just hang out.
Were any illegal drugs being used by anyone?
Nothing I know of, man.
How about you specifically?
No.
Okay. Would you describe your condition as being intoxicated?
Yes. Yeah.
What about Jacqueline?
Yes.
So tell us what happened. You told us that you had gotten your coat and your boots and you were going to leave. What happened next?
Terry had said that you need to leave, and I said, yeah, I know. And got my things in my hand. And as I said that, him and Jacqueline started arguing.
Okay, I'll stop you right there. When Terry said that to you, how was it said to you?
He was upset for sure. He was angry, I guess.
Okay. Did you know him well enough to know when he looked angry?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Had you seen him angry before that day?
No, that's why I was very surprised since I had already told him once that I didn't plan on staying whatsoever. I hadn't had my things in my hand.
Was there anybody else in the house that you were aware of at that moment in time?
His girlfriend and 2 children.
Okay, where was the girlfriend and the children?
They were both in his bedroom. His girlfriend and his child were in his bedroom, and then Jacqueline's daughter was in Jacqueline's room.
And was that on the first floor or the second floor?
All on the first floor.
Were the children awake or were they asleep?
I imagine his child was awake. Jacqueline's was sleeping.
Could you see the children from where you were on the first floor?
No, I mean, his, I seen as they were in his room, but Jacqueline's door was shut. I did go see her when I first got there. We did go see her. She was awake for a second. It's been a long time since I seen her daughter and this kid, so.
How old was the child?
She's 2.
Do you know how old the other child was?
Right around the same age, I believe.
So you said you had come downstairs, you grabbed your things, and you were going to leave. What happened next?
They started arguing.
They being Terry and Jacqueline?
Yes.
What were they arguing about?
Jacqueline didn't want me to leave. And, she was upset that he was telling me that I had to, and her argument was that her and his girlfriend pay all the bills and that she was just upset, I guess.
So was this a verbal argument?
At first, until they reached each other, and at that point, I separated them both.
Stop it right here. You said it was a verbal exchange, and where was it taking place in the house? Could you describe what it was?
Living room.
In the living room? How close are the bedrooms to the living room?
25 feet. Not far.
Okay. And the girlfriend and the two children were not involved in that verbal argument?
No, they were in.
Okay. So you said that it started out as a verbal argument. What happened next?
I would define it as they started tussling, I guess. I don't think there was any punches being thrown.
Okay.
At that point, I was basically on the both of them trying to separate them.
Okay. Or tussling. Who touched who first?
Let's see. Be hard to say, I guess. I guess maybe Jacqueline grabbed him, but.
And then what happened as a result of her grabbing?
I was kind of at that point there, kind of stopping any punches that were thrown, whether from either of the two parties, and I was in between them.
You got in between both of them?
Yeah.
Um,
I tried to separate them for about 35, 40 seconds until I got them apart.
And were you able to get them apart?
Yes.
What happened after you got them apart?
Within seconds, Terry picked up the rifle.
Stop it right there. Where did Terry get the rifle from?
It was out on the floor, whether it was on a stand of some sort, but seemed like it was out, just in the open.
Okay. Close to the bedroom door? In the living
Exactly,
room?
yeah, it was within feet, 1 or 2 feet, because he'd only stepped into the bedroom. He didn't really, there's no distance that I'm talking about, we were in the doorway itself.
That the physical tussle was
Yeah.
taking place, let me get the question out. The physical tussle was taking place in the doorway to the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said Terry stepped away and got the rifle?
Yes.
And what kind of a rifle was this?
Some kind of AR platform, whether it was SKS, I don't know what caliber it was.
Are you talking about an assault rifle?
Yes, ma'am.
What color was it?
Black.
When he got that rifle, where was Jacqueline?
Next to me.
Were you standing directly next to each other at that point?
Yes. My hand was on her chest.
Okay, was that still in the bedroom area?
We were in the doorway. Yes.
And were you facing where Terry was or facing the other direction?
Terry was to my left, she was to my right.
What happened immediately after you picked up that rifle?
Within seconds, the round went off.
And did you see where that gun was pointed?
Yes.
Where was the gun pointed to?
It wasn't at me. I could see the end of the barrel, but he definitely did fire it. I mean, fairly good with weapons. Ex-military myself, I knew the round when he was going to fire it wasn't going to hit me, but I almost reached to try to grab the barrel half a second that I had.
Did you ever reach the barrel?
No.
Were you armed with any weapons that you would ever threaten Terry with?
No, ma'am.
Had you threatened Jacqueline with anything?
No, ma'am.
Had you threatened anyone in the vicinity with any
No.
weapon? After that rifle was loaded, where was it pointed by Terry?
You mean like when he was picking it up?
Yes.
It was facing towards the doorway when he picked it up, before he picked it up.
Then did he have to turn around?
No, he had walked in and turned towards us. He basically just, as I separated the two, he turned and spun and looked towards both of us.
And he had the rifle.
In his hand buried already, yes.
Did he have to rack it in any way?
Not that I can recall. I want to say it might have been loaded.
After that occurred, where was the rifle? You said it was not pointed directly at you. Was it pointed in your general
I
vicinity?
could see the end of the barrel, yeah. The muzzle flash when it went off burned my eye. I still have a black dot that I can see.
So, did Terry fire the rifle?
Yes.
Where did it go?
Hit Jacqueline in the head.
And I know this may be difficult, sir, but can you describe for the court what you saw? Take as much time as you need.
Her head split into two immediately. She
And
fell where she hit it.
her head split into.
What I've seen.
And was there blood involved in this?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if blood that was on me was mine or hers. It was so close. I thought I had gotten hit.
And did you get hit, sir?
Shrapnel, yeah.
And where was the shrapnel?
I still have it in my foot, my face, my forehead.
Could you point to where you were actually hit with the shrapnel?
I got a lump here that's still, it won't go down. There's fluid, probably 20 or 30 little pieces in there, and then there's dots all over my forehead.
Witnesses indicated the right portion of his forehead just above the eyebrow.
And you said there were some other dots on the
Yeah,
forehead.
there's two in my eyebrows that you really can't see. I was supposed to lose both my eyes in that same second.
You said that there was blood involved. Was there also brain matter involved?
Yes.
Where was the brain matter, sir?
Most of it was strewn on the floor. I didn't look around the scene as I ran out, but I had a lot of it on me.
What did you do after you saw this occur?
I ran out. It was basically, within seconds of her hitting the ground, that came out of the daze, the ringing noise and the flash.
So you heard ringing in your ears, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you recover from the ear ringing?
Oh yeah, fairly bad.
And you said that your vision was affected. What happened?
I mean, just an initial flash of it lasted, second or two after. It's a dazing thing to have the barrel that's supposed to replace.
And how far would you estimate that barrel was from you when trigger was pulled?
Just out of my reach at full length, so maybe anywhere from 25 to 35 inches, I guess.
Was Jacqueline the only, and you, the only people that were hit with
Yes, ma'am.
bullets or shrapnel?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there more than one round or just one?
Just one.
What did Terry say, if anything?
Said, "Oh my God, I'm going to jail."
And you heard that before you left?
The only other thing he said is that you gotta go. You gotta get out of here.
And did you?
Oh, I was in the process of running or getting up to go run. Yeah.
Did you have your coat and boots still?
I can't remember if I dropped it right in that moment or if I dropped it on the way to the doorway of the bedroom. But I didn't have either one of them in my hand when I got to the door running out. I left my boots myself right out there.
Where did you go?
I drove a couple miles. I think I drove a mile on 94, 3 miles on 94 and pulled over. I called 911 and stayed on the phone with dispatch until the state troopers got me out of the field.
And state troopers did arrive where you were on 94?
Yes.
And did they take you to the hospital?
They put me in the back of the ambulance in the hospital, yes.
And did you go to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you at the hospital?
Whatever time I got there until I think 4 or 5, 6 in the afternoon.
And do you still require some medical attention, sir?
I haven't been seeing many doctors. I haven't seen a follow-up.
Do you need to see someone for follow-up?
Possible, yes. The mark on my eye, my vision, my head, that lump in my head is not going down, but.
Did Terry say anything before he fired that shot?
He was yelling, "Get the fuck out of my house."
Who was he yelling that to?
He was more or less both of us. I think he was just upset that they were tussling.
And immediately after those words, is that when the shot was fired?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions?
Cross it down.
Judge, just one thing. Does the court have any objection? Mr. Bowden's going to start. I may have some follow-up questions. Is there any objection to that?
Yes. One attorney.
Good morning, sir. My name is JT Bowden. I represent Mr. Rombelski. Is it okay if I call you Howie?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You testified on direct examination that this was an ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long the two? That's okay. How long the two of you dated?
I'd say 3 months directly, and then never really necessarily broke connection per se, but yeah, we dated for about 3.5 months, and then never really stopped talking.
So there's been a period of time in which you had not seen her though, is that correct?
Yes, yeah,
How long was that?
for 4.5 months.
Okay, where did the two of you meet?
I said, no.
Just
I don't
that-
care about that.
Just looking at the background of the relationship.
I don't need all that back. I just want to know about these allegations here.
Very well, I'll move on.
Thank you.
Sure. And you'd already indicated that two of you had consumed alcohol that evening. How much had you drank?
Between the two of us, splitting it probably maybe a pint apiece.
Okay, and was your testimony that you thought Jacqueline was intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to the incident itself, when Terry came home, it was clear that he wanted you to leave the home, correct?
I came down from upstairs. I had only seen him face to face for maybe, I mean, literally from when I seen him to when he stood up out of the couch in the living room, and walked to his room, it was 10-15 seconds.
Okay, but you knew he wanted you to leave, correct?
At that moment, yeah, I mean, I had my things in my hand. I was walking out.
Okay, so the altercation that took place between Jacqueline and Terry was in direct connection to you still being at the home and wanting you to leave.
I would assume so, yeah, maybe.
And
That's how you say it.
there was some tussling, some punches exchanged, and it's your testimony that Jacqueline's the one that initiated that contact.
Yes, sir.
And the argument and the altercation that took place was in the living room of the home.
That's where the argument started. Yeah, they didn't actually meet or touch each other until about the doorway of his bedroom.
And would you agree it's not a large home, small house?
20 feet is all about it.
Now, would you say 20 feet, is that from where the altercation initiated to then where
the verbal altercation.
So about 20 feet from there to where the bedroom is located?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you had testified that Terry retreated to his bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true that Jacqueline followed him to that bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And the gun that Terry had picked up was located in that bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Whom else was located in that bedroom?
His girlfriend and his daughter.
So Jacqueline continued on into this bedroom and the argument, the altercation, if you will, continued into there?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, Terry had already removed himself from that situation?
It had just began. There was no leaving any situation. That was where it started, I guess. If he was maybe going to the room to grab the weapon, maybe, I don't know, but from beginning to end, it was about 45 seconds. Maybe 60 seconds from when the argument started or the round went on.
How old was the child in the bedroom, if you know?
2?
Okay, and she was awake during this as well?
Yes.
And the girlfriend was also awake?
Yes.
So this argument is happening in the doorwell where his baby daughter as well as his girlfriend stayed.
Yes.
Would you agree that Jacqueline was acting erratic at that point?
Yes. Sure.
Pretty upset?
Yes.
Being irrational?
Yes.
Now, you've also indicated that Terry picks up the weapon is located in the bedroom, and you don't hear him rack the weapon. And again, you're former military, you're familiar with weapons.
Yes, sir.
So the weapon had to have been at that point already loaded, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you also testified that it's your opinion, and obviously you were there, that the gun wasn't pointed at you. Correct?
It was pointed in very close proximity of my head. Yeah, very close. But it didn't end up hitting me. I could tell from the actual angle of the weapon that the round would not have hit me.
So if the round would not have hit you, then the gun wasn't pointed at you, correct?
It was, I mean, like I was gonna grab the barrel to turn it away from my face. Yes, I could see inside the end of the barrel.
Or maybe I'm not understanding. The weapon, you understand, or telling me that the weapon, the way it was faced or pointed at you, the weapon round would not have hit you, correct?
Correct.
So that to me would say that the weapon wasn't pointed at you.
I mean, it was pointed at me, not directly at me. I think that'd be a better definition of it.
So
Because
then,
I could slightly see the side of the weapon itself, therefore, like, it wasn't directly in my at my aim. I could see the side of the gun, like down the side of it. I wish I could explain it like this.
okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. And while this is going on, weapon pointed in your general direction as well as Jacqueline's general direction. Is that correct?
It was pointed at her.
And at any point, did she lunge or reach towards the gun?
No,
She didn't approach Terry in any manner?
no, I separated them two. I had them both like this.
So you were in between Terry and Jacqueline when the
Yes,
gun went
I
off?
separated them. Like I said, I ended the tussle.
Okay. So that. So gun goes off, Jacqueline, you testified was hit with a bullet, one round?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you leave the residence, get into your car, leave, and you called 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the troopers pick you up, they transport you to the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the hospital, did you have the opportunity to meet with, whether it be someone from DPD or Michigan State Trooper?
Yes.
Do you recall that conversation?
Very short, very brief. Came and asked me what happened, and I think I was a little bit more graphic when I explained what had happened, but he, it's pretty short and sweet. I was sitting there covered in blood and, asked me what had happened. I said my ex-girlfriend's brother shot her in the head.
And do you recall that interaction with you and the officer was recorded? It was more likely on a body
I
cam?
did not know that.
Okay.
Not at the time.
So, in looking back, do you recall telling the officers or beginning to tell the officers that you didn't think it was, the event didn't take place, wasn't on purpose, or Terry didn't intend to shoot his sister?
I don't think he intended to shoot his sister like that, no. But pointing a weapon in someone's direction and then pulling the trigger, kind of, maybe in the moment I may have said that, but you don't pull a gun up like that and pull the trigger without having some sort of intention.
And you can't testify today that, in fact, you saw his finger pull that trigger, can you?
Oh, easily. He was in plain view.
So while this was all going on, well, Jacqueline's on one side of you, he's on the other side of you, you're focusing
I
down
had
on the
her
trigger.
like, I had her like this, and I was reaching for the gun
Okay,
as it went off.
and you weren't looking down the trigger, correct?
It's in plain view. I'm looking at that weapon.
But again, it's your belief, or you testified this morning, that you don't believe he intended to
You
shoot.
can't
Jacqueline.
testify as to what his intent is. All you can tell us is what he saw, what he heard.
I'm just asking what he explained to the officer, and my question to him on cross was, did he believe, or he explained to the officer that he didn't believe it was his intention to shoot his sister?
That wasn't the question that you asked. That was the last question you asked.
Very well, I can rephrase. So again, it's your testimony this morning that you informed the officer that you didn't believe it was Terry's intention to
Objection, Judge,
shoot.
this has been asked and answered several times now.
I'll move on. Do you recall telling the officer that you had to physically remove Jacqueline's arm from Terry just prior to the gun going off?
I separated them two. They were at our arm.
So
That my span, should I say, at least. So I had her completely, I had her in my right hand.
And so the physical altercation between Jacqueline and Terry was still going on while he had the gun in his possession?
No,
You don't recall telling that to the officer?
no.
Nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, you indicated that you had Jacqueline's, you were holding her back or something. Could you demonstrate for us what you mean by that?
I just simply had my arm on her chest.
And for the
I was
record,
standing next to her.
okay, for the record, you're holding your right arm out and you had it against her chest.
Yes.
Was she still flailing her arms or?
No,
kicking her
at that point it was verbal.
Okay. And was she still saying words?
Yes.
Okay. And was Terry saying words back?
I mean, in the process of the 4 seconds of when he spun out of my, where like when I separated him, I mean, you're talking 6 seconds from when I separated to when that gun went off.
So he had 6 seconds to separate from your hold,
Yeah, not that I was even holding on to him, I was separating the two.
and then he picked up the gun, pointed it, and that's when the shot was fired.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Just gonna have 1 second.
Yes.
Don't believe our officers arrived yet.
You step down, sir.
Judge, we have no other witnesses at this time, but I will move to bind over as charged at this point.
Counsel.
Very briefly. The court has not had an opportunity to review the report. I can see how a prosecutor would sign the warrant for this as a first degree murder, but obviously with the testimony, I think it's not. There's zero premeditation. I don't think anything's been proven that that's some type of reckless discharge. I think Mr. Messina was being truthful. He stated that the victim was intoxicated. I think the elements, the facts as he stated, the victim actually followed the defendant to his bedroom. Very important is you have 2 individuals, you have a girlfriend and a 2-year-old that are actually located in his bedroom. It's uncontested. She's intoxicated. She's the one that started the physical fight. Now, there's some discrepancies as it relates to how the gun goes off, whether or not he's between them or not. But there's testimony from him indicating the gun was not pointed at him. Now, I know the prosecutor tried to clean it up a little bit, but the bottom line is he testified it was not pointed at him. What you have is you have a victim, sister, who's deceased, that's initiated a fight, being intoxicated, follows our client to his room with his 2-year-old. Obviously, there's elements of self-defense here, Judge. I don't think this is a murder one. You're looking at the elements of careless, reckless use of a firearm causing death. I'm not going to go over the elements, Judge. You know them: voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. I just don't see the premeditation here. And probably the most important thing is that Mr. Messina actually admitted that he insinuated it was an accident to the officers. He insinuated on the stand today that he didn't think that my client intended to kill anyone. So I think based on that, Judge, the prosecution is not with their burden. And I'd ask them, if you're going to find them in terms of the bind over, it'd be something for reckless discharge of a firearm or voluntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Judge, if I can respond. In this instance, we have what starts as a verbal argument that escalates into a physical tussle that Mr. Racino testified he broke up. But the point that's important is that the defendant in this case then turned and picked up an assault rifle. In the middle of this argument with his sister, he picked up an assault rifle, pointed it at his sister and Mr. Racino, who was standing right there, inches away. Mr. Racino testified he was able to see the trigger, he was able to see the barrel of that gun, he was able to see partially down the barrel of that gun. That weapon was aimed in the direction of two human beings. And as the court has clarified for me, the instant that it takes is the time it takes for you to decide whether to drive to that amber light. So in this instance, he had a moment to pick up the gun, to turn away from where the physical argument was happening, to go get the gun, regardless of whether it was in his room with his girlfriend and child. He got that assault rifle and brought it to an argument. And when he brought that to the argument, he had that instant to decide what to do with it, and he chose to pull the trigger. In pulling the trigger, he cleaved his sister's head in two, and he effected by grazing the head of Mr. Mercino. So there are two charges here, both the first degree murder and the assault with intent to commit murder. And I guess you find over on both along with the
It just appears as though these cases keep getting sadder and sadder, so now I have a defendant who shoots and kills his own sister. I can't begin to understand that kind of scenario. What I glean from the testimony, the evidence in this case, the defendant gets into an argument with the sister. The sister is drunk, and she's upset that the defendant has asked her ex-boyfriend to leave, and she doesn't want to leave. They engage in some kind of argument, and the defendant ultimately goes to the room, grabs an assault rifle, points that assault rifle at her, pulls the trigger, and splits her head in two. After he realizes what he's done, he says, "Oh my God, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail," in some words to that effect. We have to get to a point where we stop resolving our differences. One, this was your sister, man. I'm sure it's not the first fight that you've been into with her. That's simply true. But there's no turning back on this. Her life doesn't fit. It's not a video game, but she gets to come back and play another round. She's gone forever. The question, so far as I see, is as a result, is whether there is premeditation. Was there enough time to reflect on those actions before you took those actions? What I gathered from the testimony, this didn't take a very long time, but nor is a very long time required for premeditation. Just enough time to reflect on those actions before you take them. It appears as though this happened in the instant and out of anger in the life. And I say that with some confidence based on witnesses' testimony as to what the defendant did after the prior shot. I don't believe that the defendant was trying to kill Mr. Mercino. I think he had a target, which was his sister. That's who he was angry with. That's who he pointed the weapon at. This was no reckless discharge of the weapon. He intended to do what he did. He had some regret afterwards. But his intentions were real, and he made good on those intentions, shooting the sister. If he had intended on shooting and killing Mr. Mercino, he had every opportunity to do so after he shot and killed his sister. Because he still had the gun in his hand and she was still standing. What gets tricky though was Mr. Mercino in the line of fire? You know, we talk about the doctrine of transfer intent that he had to kill his sister, injure someone else as a result. That intent transfers to the unintended victim, which would be Mr. Mercino. Quite possible. Mr. Mercino was in the line of fire, accidentally gets shot as well. Let's say that she didn't get shot at all. Let's say that the bullet missed her entirely, but it hit Mr. Mercino, which would still be looking at assault with attempted murder. Does the intent to kill her would transfer to Mr. Messina? I think that you would in fact have it. So the court is satisfied that we met the burden of probable cause as relates to count 2, assault with intent to murder, by way of the doctrine of transfer of intent and the felony firearm that goes along with that. First degree murder premeditated is a little tricky. Because at first blush, I don't think that the defendant had premeditation, deliberation to form a first degree murder premeditated. Ms. Cooper was just before me a couple of cases ago, and she chose to use my own words against me with the amber light, the time that it takes to reflect on whether you're going to go through that light or you're going to pause or slow down, stop, to give. I was ingenious to use my own words against me. However, I'm not sure that the premeditation here fits. There was a heated argument. The defendant chose to resolve his differences with his sister by picking up the gun, pointing it at her, and squeezing the trigger. I don't think that was enough time with sufficient evidence for premeditation, that being the only evidence of it. There were no words that accompanied his actions other than get out. There was most definitely an intent to kill. It would be left up to a trier of fact that we're talking about a second degree murder or a manslaughter. As such, the court is going to bind over count 1, second degree murder, count 2, assault with intent to murder, count 3 and 4, felony firearms. So the court finding those charges were committed with the city of Detroit, court finding probable cause will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Military Court criminal proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time of February 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, one quick question. Is it a DSU that I'm looking for? Is there any way to order a report so we can address a lot of during it?
I do have a DSU.
There's one that's been done already?
Yes.
If I can get a
They
copy.
recommend no action.
Am I allowed to have a copy of that?
Copy? No, I don't have it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good, thank you for your time. Have a nice morning.
Thank you as well.
Do you have that report you can see?
I'm sorry?
The report you want to see? No, first you don't have it. Thank you.
Yeah, he's in Spencer.
waiting on an attorney on the next case.
What'd you say?
We're just waiting on an attorney for the next case,
Okay.
prosecutor and the witness here. And there may be one possible, another witness, but he's not sure, they're unsure.
Okay. Mr. Kenneth, how can I help you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ms. Drain and I are zooming in to discuss a matter that's up tomorrow.
Okay, what matter?
The Desmond Hogan matter set for in-person exam, and Your Honor, I won't have clearance to return to in-person work until next week.
Mr. Kenneth, you have to get your act together.
Judge, I have literally had the worst start to the year that I could possibly imagine, and I'm still alive. I just, between deaths in the family, believe me, I'd rather be there doing that than sitting home with this.
You've been going through a tough time, my friend. What's the case number again? Or the case?
Desmond Hogan,
Desmond Hogan.
he has two cases set for 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Give me a second.
Do you need the case numbers, Judge?
I need this pulling the case now.
Okay.
Man.
Yes.
Case number 2206109701, West State, Michigan versus Desmond Hogan. Been in charge in count one. Assault with intent to do by harm, arrested, murder, or by threatening to count two for misconduct and a fire crime. Count three, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice. Defendant also has case number 2206109601. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P 64800, on behalf of Mr. Hogan, who is in Wayne County Jail. Your Honor, I'd ask to waive his presence for this purpose.
For the waive the defendant's presence, go ahead, seek your move.
Your Honor, this matter is scheduled for exam tomorrow. I can't appear in person until next week, so we're asking to adjourn it to a date next week, preferably because my client is in custody. I don't know what sort of availability the court has, but I know the late morning or early afternoon on the 21st, or anytime after, say, 11 on the 24th would be wide open for me.
It appears as though the only real time slot I have available next week is your client in custody?
He is.
May be able to do the 22nd at 2 o'clock.
That's fine, Judge. I'll make that work. No problem.
Court will adjourn the matter to February 22nd at 2 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Judge. I will. I will hopefully be back and not going out for a long time.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm good, Judge. How are you?
All right.
Good.
You're on Spencer.
I am, Judge. sir.
You're pretty sharp. It's so sad. Well, I mean, they need conflict resolution back in the schools. So, listen, this is becoming nonstop.
Mr. MR. Yes, ma'am. Connect your audio. I start talking. Who's here with the initials MR? Nautica, unmute yourself. Can I help you? Nautica, can I help you? MR, can I help you?
I did what you just did with my phone, and I put an M. You understand?
What's your name, sir? How can I help you? Sir, can I help you? M.
Sorry.
Can I help you, sir? Nautica, can I help you?
I'm here for the court date.
Who are you, ma'am? Who are you?
I'm the defendant's girlfriend.
You have to view it on YouTube, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
You have to view it on YouTube where it's being live streamed.
Okay.
Connect your audio, ma'am. Who are we waiting on? Prosecutor here, Mr. Pope?
Yes, he is.
And have him step in so we can get started.
Security. What, told him he was sitting in the witness room. Yes. Is it a capital G? Yes.
Calling case 2260825, people of the state of Michigan versus Galen Spencer. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2 carrying concealed weapon. Count 3 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 4 felon firearms, second offense notice. Count 5 felon firearms, second offense notice. Defendant has an habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of people, P69815. May it please this honorable court, Larry Pope on behalf of Galen Spencer, who stands to my immediate left, on P number is 48164. Mr. Spencer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Galen Spencer.
Today is the date and time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, and I'd ask that the court at least motion proceed frustrations in reference to how we go about doing this.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There appears to be no other witnesses in court. Do you have any other preliminary matters before we call the first witness?
So, Judge, before we begin, if I may, I guess legally, I think we are ready to proceed right at the moment. However, I think we can do this exam in one witness. However, that one witness was not here when I walked in a minute ago. I'm asking if the court wait perhaps 10 minutes to see if he could get there, if he'll be here so that we can.
Somebody just came in and nodded their head, yes.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, the witness just apparently is on the hallway, so I can just have a minute to talk with him.
I'm sorry.
If I can just have a minute or two to speak with him. Is that okay? Thank you.
Mr. Pope, is this something new that I don't know about? People don't talk to their witnesses before they get to court? No, I used to do that all the time.
No. Especially when you do about telephone.
Or even Zoom, if you want to get fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Only because I didn't like to be blindsided. I like to know what people are
Oh,
going to say.
absolutely.
I put them up there.
Ooh. Are you back on the record, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, I did have one preliminary matter. I have marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1, an autopsy report from the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office, authored by Dr. Nicole Kroon, that's dated December 2nd, 2022. Concerns a postmortem examination on the body of Ariel Wayne Harris, which she performed on November 29th of 2022. I'd be moving for submission at this time.
Any objection?
Yes, I can object to joint by,
Admitted?
And Your Honor, that report indicates that after performing the postmortem examination, she determined that Mr. Harris' death was caused by a gunshot wound to the abdomen, that the manner of his death was a homicide.
Okay.
And with that, Your Honor, people are called Cameron Harris.
Sir, please give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please step forward, have a seat, witness box next to you. Just pull that door open. Speak directly into that microphone that's to your left. May begin when you're ready.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name?
Cameron Harris.
All right, sir. I want to ask you about some events that occurred back on November 27th, 2022 at 400 Monroe Street in the city of Detroit. You remember that day?
Yes.
All right, and you remember what was located in the building of 400 Monroe that caused you to be there that day?
It was a main party, like a main event party.
Okay. And is this building, is it like a hotel?
No, it's like a business building.
Okay. And inside the building itself, where did you have to go in order to go to the party?
I believe on the 8th floor.
And when you went there, do you know about what time of day it was when you first arrived?
When I got there, it was exactly, I got there, because I was only here for an hour, so I got there like 12, I believe 12:30.
All right, so this would have been like 12:30 in the morning, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, it's dark outside, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you went there, did you go with anyone else?
I went with my girl.
And what's her name?
Amber Watson.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Watson.
Okay, Watson?
Yes.
All right. When you got there and where you were at the party, did you meet anyone there that you already knew?
Yeah, I met my brother, Ariel Harris. I met, it was a couple of people that was there with us. It was my brother, his girl, her friend. It was our other friend Chris, our other friend Tay, and it was like two more other females that was with Chris.
Okay. And when you got there, did you have any problems with anyone, at least initially when you're at the party?
No.
Okay. Did you go there with the intention of fighting anyone or arguing with anyone?
No, we don't go out to be on no fighting stuff. We go out to have fun.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
We go out to have fun. We don't go out to be trying to be no fighting and stuff like that.
All right. Now, did there come a point where you and the people you were with decided to try and leave the party?
And we left the party, we was leaving the party around it was about like 1:40, maybe like 1:40, 1:50 in the AM.
And in order to leave the floor that you were on, how would you have to leave the building?
We had to leave on elevators.
And can you just describe what happened when you tried to get on the elevator?
There was a lot of people at the elevator, so it missed us. We was right at the door of the elevator. And as we standing there,
Judge, I think I need to object in reference to the term "we." I ask that the.
You can testify as if there was other people standing there.
But
You said we were standing there. What's wrong with that? If they were standing there.
when I was with,
well, I guess I'll just wait until he moves further in reference to this "we" versus what he's doing.
Let me ask this question. When you decided to leave, were you leaving by yourself or was anyone coming with you?
yeah, it was everybody that we was with.
All right, and did that include your brother Ariel?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said that it was crowded in the area around the elevator?
Yes.
All right, so describe what happened as you try and get in the elevator.
So as the doors open, whatever the dude, Galen, whatever his name is, he was standing on the side of us. He had a bottle in his hand. So we already knew that he was trying to like bully, you know what I'm saying? Bully everybody.
Judge, I renew my motion, my objection to.
Now that objection now sustained, because you can tell us what.
So, sir, I understand what you're trying to say, but in court, we can't speak about what other people might have thought. So if you could just testify about what you saw or what you thought, okay?
Well, I know for a fact that when I was standing there, he had a bottle of liquor, he had a bottle in his hand. And as I'm standing there, he said, one thing he said exactly in these words, I'm getting on this fucking elevator, I don't care what nobody say.
Okay.
So as we standing
Let me
there.
stop you here for 1 second, okay? Now, the guy that you described, do you remember what he was wearing at all?
He was wearing like a leather jacket, what, black, I believe black and red leather jacket.
And just in terms of like his height, weight, skin tone, how would you describe what he looked like?
I know he was way taller than me, so I mean, I'm 5'9", so he had to be like 6'3", 6'4". He was tall, like heavy set, and he had glasses on.
And was this person a black man, a white man,
He
Hispanic?
he was a black man.
Okay. Now, you refer to this person as Galen. Did you know who this person was before this incident happened?
No, I never seen this person in my life.
Okay, so as you were at the party, nothing ever came up between you or anyone that you were associated with and this guy in the red jacket?
No.
Objection, speculation.
What's his name?
Did you ever see anyone getting into any problems with the guy that you described?
No.
Okay. Now, the person that you described, do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Okay, can you point to that person and describe what they're wearing?
He got on a green jumpsuit with a mask on, face mask.
Okay, for the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
So no.
Okay, so you heard the defendant say what about getting on the elevator?
He said, I'm getting on this elevator, I don't give a fuck what nobody do, what nobody say. He said, I'm getting on this elevator, I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
All right. So what happened when he tried to get in the elevator?
As he tried to get on the elevator, like he kind of like he pushed me out the way, cause I'm standing on the side of him, so I'm like my brother in the front of the elevator by the front door. I'm standing on the side of the Galen Spencer, whatever his name is, I'm standing on the side of him the whole time we at the elevators. So in the midst of the doors open, you know what I'm saying? Well, I know for a fact my brother was standing right there by the front of the elevator, because he was trying to make sure everybody get on the elevator that we was with. So as the elevator doors open, my brother like, come on, we gotta hop on the elevator. So everybody that I'm with, you know what I'm saying, we hop on the elevator and he pushed everybody out the way, like basically moving us out the way.
Okay, so let me break you up here. So when he's, pushing you out of the way, do you see him holding any weapons in his hand at the time?
Not at the time, besides he had the bottle of liquor, so that's why I thought he was gonna try to hit somebody with the bottle of liquor.
Okay. You didn't see any guns or knives in his hands?
Not at that point.
All right. So what happens next after he tries to push you out of the way?
He pushes out the way, and that's when my brother shoved him back out the way, like bag up, bro, bag up until we get on the elevator. So in the midst of him doing that, the dude Galen Spencer, he kind of like pushed his way back on the elevator, and then that's when my brother pushed him back, bro, because he pushed my brother in the midst of him trying to push his way back on the elevator. He pushed my brother. That's when my brother pushed him back, bro, bag up. And that's when you just seen the dude just standing there, with his back turned towards me, my brother, my girl, and a couple of, I think it was 2 other people on the elevator, I believe so. So his back was turned towards us. So you couldn't see his face, you only seen the back of his body, So in the midst of him, he kind of he turned to the right. And that's where my brother was standing at. And I was standing on the left side of my brother, we was standing on the side of each other. So he thought he was about to try to fight us.
Objection, once again, he thought.
Sustained.
Okay, so let's just stop here for a second. Now, after he pushes you and then he pushes inside and your brother pushes him back, did he walk away?
No, he just stand there.
At the time where your brother kind of pushed him back, did your brother have any weapons in his hand that you could see? No. Didn't have a gun or a knife or anything?
No.
All right. After your brother kind of pushed him back, what did the defendant do after that?
He stand there, and that's when you kind of see him turn to the right, and he heard a gunshot.
Okay. If you know or have any idea from the first interaction with basically him saying I'm getting on the elevator to when you heard the gunshot, about how much time passed if you know?
It was no longer than 2 minutes. It happened so quick. It was probably a minute, 2 minutes. It happened so quick.
Now, you heard a gunshot. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, at that time, could you see anyone with a gun in their hands?
I couldn't see him with the gun until I got around him, because I had to get off the elevator, so he still was standing there with the gun in his hand as I walked past him. He was just standing there after he shot, he was just standing there with the gun in his hand.
Can you describe what the gun looked like? Was it a long gun or a handgun?
It was a handgun.
Okay. And did you know where he got that gun from?
No, I don't know the dude, so I won't know nothing about that.
What I'm saying is, like, did you ever see the gun on the outside of his clothing before you saw it in his hand?
It had to be on his side.
So after you heard a gunshot, did you know whether anyone got shot at the time?
I didn't even know my brother was shot.
Okay, so describe what happened after you heard the gunshot.
After I heard the gunshot, I was just kind of in shock for a minute. So I had to like, he was still blocking the elevator, so everybody had to run past him to get off the elevator. You know, so in the midst of I'm getting off the elevator, I'm looking at him in his eyes, you know, because I don't know, I thought he was gonna shoot again. So I'm looking at him in his eyes to make sure like he was to shoot, you know, but I'm still in shock in the midst of everything going on. So I'm just looking at him as I'm walking past him. He just got the gun and the bottle still in his hand. And that's when my girl came up to me like my brother shot. And that's when I ran over there to my brother and asked my brother like, "You shot?" He said, "I'm shot, bro." And that's when I ran back to the elevator.
So let me stop you right here, okay? When you're where are you when you're looking at the defendant with a gun in his hand?
I'm right there. Like that's in the midst of me getting off the elevator, I literally had to go past him, so that's why I'm in front of him at this point.
So how far would you say you were from him when you saw him with a gun in his hand?
No more than 2 feet.
Okay. And there was nothing affecting your vision or anything like that at the time?
No.
So eventually somebody told you that your brother was shot?
Yes, my girl had ran up to me and told me my brother was shot.
All right, so what did you do when you got that information?
I ran to my brother.
And did you look at him at all?
Yes.
I know this might be hard to say, but how did he look to you? What was going on?
I know my brother went and shot. He just went and shot. He just stopped talking. He was still breathing, but he just stopped talking.
Did he have any apparent injuries to his body that you could see?
No, I just seen a bullet because we had to stop the bleeding.
So you actually saw a bullet hole?
Yes.
Where in his body, if you can remember?
It was in his stomach.
Okay. So, what did you do while your brother was, suffering from this gunshot?
I was just standing there looking at my brother, just trying to help him stop bleeding, just talking to him, just telling him like, "You're gonna be alright."
Eventually, did some police come?
Yeah, like 5 minutes later.
And did you go anywhere with your brother after the police came?
Yeah, with the police, my brother, he carried him to the elevator and we just carried him downstairs to the police car. And I got in the police car with my brother until he got to the hospital.
And unfortunately, and I know this is difficult, did your brother pass away that day?
Yes.
Now, the defendant who you said that had the gun in his hand, did you see where he went?
No, he just got back on the elevator and to the doors closed. He stayed on the elevator until the doors closed.
Okay. And that was the last you saw of him?
Yes. Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. I have a few questions for the sir. You gave several statements to the police about this incident.
I believe I gave like one.
You went down to the police station and made a statement, correct?
Yes.
You made a statement at the hospital.
I don't believe I talked to nobody at the hospital, but I couldn't.
Did you talk to officers standing outside the hospital that had on body cam, sir?
Yes, they had asked me, they just was asking me what happened.
Yes, and you gave them your version of what happened, right?
Yes.
Okay, have you spoken to anyone in reference to this incident, other people about this incident?
People like who?
Who have you spoken to about it?
I only talked to the detective girl.
You talked to the detectives, have you spoken to like any of your friends that were there?
We talk every day.
Okay, have you spoken to them about this incident?
Yeah.
Okay, so you spoke to Tate?
No, I haven't talked to him because he stay out of town.
Did you have any conversation with Chris?
Yes.
Okay, and you said there were some other women with your group?
Yes.
So you spoke to your girlfriend about it?
Yes.
And how many people were in your group?
It was like, I believe it was like 5 people with us.
5, and plus you and your brother?
No, that was all, it was like 5, I believe like 5 to 6 people with us.
Okay, well, Tate was with you, right?
Yes.
Chris was with you,
Yes.
you and your brother,
Yes.
your girlfriend,
Yes.
and you said several other women with your,
It was my brother's girlfriend and her friend.
Okay. And then, did you say that there were a couple of women with Tate,
No,
with Chris?
it was a couple of women, I think, it was like 2 women with Chris' friend.
So that's more than 5.
Like 5, 6, like 6 people.
So you're waiting for the elevator, waiting to get on the elevator, and it's your testimony that the brother is standing in front of the elevator?
Yes, my brother was standing in the front of the elevator waiting on the doors open.
And is it your testimony that Mr. Spencer is standing in front of the elevator too?
No, he wasn't even at the elevator. He walked up to the elevator like, I say like 2 minutes after we was at the elevator, because the elevator doors was taking so long to open up. So in this, he came up like 2 minutes after we was standing at the elevator and just like pushing people out the way, got in a certain way.
So are you saying he pushed people out the way before the elevator opened?
Basically, yes.
And so the elevator door opens and your brother gets on the elevator?
Yes, we always get on the elevator, and that's when he like pushed everybody out the way so he could get on the elevator.
But your brother's already on the elevator.
Yes, we always on the elevator. Like,
and it's your testimony that your brother is saying, hey, wait, bro, until my people get on the elevator.
after he got pushed.
And so there was an effort to get all of the people that you were with on the elevator.
He said, can you repeat that?
There was an effort to get all of the people that you were with on the elevator.
Yes, because we used to all about the elevator before he even walked up.
Okay, and so it's your testimony that Mr. Spencer gets on the elevator, correct?
No, he didn't. He was trying to proceed on the elevator, but he pushed everybody away. For him to get on the elevator, he had to push everybody out the way to get on the elevator.
Okay. Even the people that were already on the elevator?
Basically, yes. It was people already, like, it was more people in front, it was more people behind us before he even got there. So it was other people trying to get on the elevator as well as us too.
Okay.
So he had to like bully his way on the elevator. That's what he did. He bullied his way on the elevator. He pushed everybody out the way for him to get on the elevator.
Okay. And so once he's on the elevator, then your brother pushes him on?
No, my brother, he pushed my brother to get on the elevator. Like he pushed me, he pushed my brother, and my brother like shoved him back. Like, bro, back up, bro.
Okay. And so your brother shoved him back, and then what happened?
That's when he turned around and he just like kind of pushed his way back on the elevator again. Like he pushed, like he said he was still kind of like pushing us like to get his way on the elevator. Like he was trying to start a fight or something. And that's when he just was standing there, like he was standing there with his back facing, you know what I'm saying, back towards us.
Did Did you ever come in physical contact with Mr. Spencer?
No, because I was just waiting on the swing.
Okay, so you never touched him, you never pushed him?
No,
You didn't? Any of the other males that are with you, they ever put their
No.
hands on
No.
their hand? Let me finish the question, please. Any of the other males that are with you, Tate or Chris, did they ever touch Mr. Spencer?
no,
Did they ever put their arms out and try to stop him from trying to get on the elevator?
no,
So in reference to this particular incident, have you viewed any social media about this event?
like crime in the D.
Okay. So you saw crime in the D,
Yes, and the news.
in the news? Any Facebook or Instagram?
I don't got Facebook.
My question is just a little.
I seen it on Instagram on crime in the D.
Okay.
Crime in Detroit.
Now, when you went into the police department, you gave an interview, they sat you down and gave you the interview, correct?
Yes,
At the end of the interview, did the police officers go out? Did they both go out and leave you sitting in the room?
at the end of the interview, I believe they did, I believe they went out,
Okay. Do you recall if they ever came back into that room and asked you additional questions?
no, when they came back in, I think I left.
Okay. So when they came back in, they just said, okay, you're free to go.
Yeah,
But you do recall them leaving?
yeah, but then I think I had to talk to the advocate, the advocate came in and talked to me.
In the past 10 years, have you been convicted of any crimes? Excuse me, any crimes involving theft or dishonesty? Any felony crimes involving theft or dishonesty?
No.
You gave a description. Do you recall what the individual was wearing that you said shot your brother?
I believe I said he had like a orange or black jacket on.
Anything else?
That's it, I believe. The description and his face. I told what he was.
Have you been shown any videos from the 400 Monroe, from the location of this party?
No.
You were asked about what type of weapon. You don't know what type of weapon it is.
No, I couldn't tell. I just seen the gun he had. I described the weapon he had, but I couldn't tell exactly what kind of gun it was.
And
I just know it was a handgun.
Okay. And you were asked about the gun, where it came from, and your testimony was it had to be on his side.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see it on his side?
No, you couldn't see the gun until I got around him, but that's the only place that I could figure he probably had it because the way you know what I'm saying, the way how my brother was standing, when my brother was standing there and where he was standing there, it's like he shot from his side, from the side.
Okay, so you all have been partying, having a good time. Correct?
Yes.
Have you been drinking?
I'm not a drinker. So no, I wasn't drinking that night.
Thank you. Have you had anything to smoke?
Yeah, I smoked marijuana.
What about any prescription drugs?
No.
What about any illicit drugs other than marijuana?
No.
While you were at the location, did you run into other people that you knew, other than Tate and, Chris? And the young ladies you were with?
Not that I believe, no. There was so many people in there.
So it's your testimony that you left the inside of the party and was standing at the elevator before Mr. Spencer gets to the elevator.
Yes,
And everyone in your group was standing there before Mr. Spencer gets there.
yes,
Now, are you sure?
yes,
So you didn't follow Mr. Spencer out of that party?
can you repeat that?
I said, so you did not follow Mr. Spencer out of that party?
No.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Spencer makes a comment that I'm getting on this elevator, I don't care what nobody says.
Yes,
And it's your testimony that that was said before the elevator got there?
you said before the elevator doors open, that's what you said, before the elevator doors open, yes.
Okay, so before the elevator doors even open, you allege that Mr. Spencer says, I'm getting on this elevator no matter what.
Yes,
And that comment was not in response to individuals trying to get their group on and making other people wait. The comment wasn't made in conjunction with the comment made by your brother, let my people in.
he had to make a comment for anybody. It wasn't just for my brother, it wasn't just for me, it could have been just for anybody.
But my question is just a little different. I just want to make sure in front of this time that what you're saying is it was said before.
The elevator doors open, that's
Before
what
the
you asked?
elevator doors open, you saying yes.
Yes.
And I'm asking, just so that we're clear, it wasn't said in conjunction or in retort to when your brother says, hey, let my people get on. That comment wasn't said in conjunction with that?
No, he said that way before my brother, he said that way before.
Okay.
I don't even think my brother heard him say that because my brother was standing at the elevator doors and I was standing on the side of him, so.
All right, but once again, you know that you can't tell this court what your brother heard.
That's what I'm saying. I believe my brother didn't hear that.
And there was no type of issue, nothing said prior to you coming out and going to that elevator.
No.
To Mr. Spencer.
No. We don't go out to fight, we don't go out to.
You answer my question, please. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Okay, thank you, sir. You may step now. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Judge.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
Not at this time, Judge.
People,
Judge, there is a stipulation, I believe, that for purposes of the preliminary exam only, the defendant at the time of these alleged offenses had previously been convicted of a felony and was ineligible to possess a firearm at the time of these events.
so stipulated for exam purposes only?
Absolutely, Judge.
The court received that stipulation.
With that, Your Honor, people are moved to bind the defendant award.
Judge, I don't know, just based upon his testimony, I don't know if they've established that, the carrying of concealed weapon. He says in his testimony, he must have, but doesn't specifically say that the weapon was concealed. So I don't know if they've established enough, because of probable cause for that. The, other charges, Judge, I'm going to,
Mr. Paul, can you step to the podium?
Oh,
Court can't hear you.
I apologize.
I got everything for you.
Okay, the other charges, Judge, I'm gonna object to the bind of and leave it to the discretion of this court.
Mr. Graziano?
Well, Judge, just regarding the carrying concealed weapon, there's testimony that initially when he saw the defendant, he could not see a firearm in his possession. That there was not a firearm obviously displayed in any manner. He heard a gunshot, then saw the defendant with a handgun in his possession. Leads one to a reasonable inference that the gun was concealed prior to the defendant using the handgun.
And I don't know if it leads to that, Judge, if somebody, if in fact my client was the individual, it could have been passed to him, and I don't know if it leads just to that only inference that it was concealed or had to be concealed.
So the testimony I heard is that the witness initially observed the defendant was standing there, and he had a drink in his hand. He did not see a weapon, this person at that time. It wasn't until after he was on the elevator, and after the shot went off, he said he stepped around the defendant and saw the defendant with a gun in his hand. My understanding is that the defendant allegedly pushed his way on the elevator, that there weren't other people with the defendant who were getting on the elevator with him, that the only other people that were on the elevator with the defendant were people that were with the witness who testified and the complainant, as well as some other people that weren't related to his particular party or anyone associated with the defendant. I think it leads to a reasonable inference that the defendant had in his possession a weapon, that weapon was concealed before producing the prior shot. Court is satisfied that people have been heard probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant, namely the second degree murder. I've seen some sensitive murders. I've seen people die over a slice of pizza, over a parking spot, and I guess I can add this one now to pushing your way on the elevator, or getting on the elevator. No reason for somebody to lose their life, not even reason for a fight, let alone shoot. Court is satisfied that people have been heard of probable cause as it relates to all the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be listed and committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Any issues as to bond?
I'd ask that it gives you before you go to.
This is present bond.
I believe it's remand, but I'm not sure.
Finish will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. I will refer to pretrial service on recommendation.
You said.
I get a couple of minutes.
I had to go downstairs. It's on recess.
The court will be in recess to 1:30, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris. Oh, yeah. What's up?
Kim Pointer.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2260180, Report State of Michigan versus Kim Lamont Pointer. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3 weapons, ammunition, possession by a felon. Count 4 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 5 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 6 felony firearms, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Larry King for the people, P78774.
Brian Gagnon, sir, Neighborhood Defender Service, P64220.
Your name for the record, sir.
Give them my point.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will there be?
Your Honor, I will just preface, this is a continued examination. We've already presented one witness as stipulated exhibits. So I have at least 3 further witnesses. I may call 1 additional police officers.
Call your witness.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. So, at this point, I will call Bruce Young.
Young.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here. Yes, sir. Give her your name and spelling. Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the sponsor next to me. Place up nice and loud and speak to the microphone. Okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, if you could just one more time for the record of the court, state your full name.
Bruce, last name Young.
Mr. Young, do you know a person by the name of Charlotte Point?
Yes, I do.
Did you? And how did you know?
It's the mother of my best friend, Felipe Phillips.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to October the 16th of 2022. Anything stand out in your memory about that day, sir?
Yes, that was my comedy show.
Okay, so you're a comedian?
Yes.
And where were you performing that day, sir?
The Joy Manor.
Where's the Joy Manor?
I believe that's in Westland. I forgot the address, like 3999 Joy Road.
So it's on Joy Road, it's in the city of
it's in
Westland?
City of Westland, yes.
What time was your shows?
The show started, I believe, around 7 o'clock.
Did you have any friends or family in attendance?
No, just the moms and.
Hey, you said the moms. Was Charlotte Point?
Sure, yeah, I consider her as a mother.
You consider her, okay.
Yeah, I've known her since 13. So yeah, yeah.
Was there a Mr. Kim Pointer?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Mr. Kim Pointer?
I know him through her.
Through her. What's the relationship, if you're aware?
Well, my knowledge, they were married.
Okay. And was he present with her at the comedy show?
Yes.
What time about did the comedy show begin?
Around like 8 o'clock.
Do you recall about when it ended?
Yeah, I think it ended around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And
9:30, 10 o'clock.
did you have any contact with Mrs. and Mr. Pointer after the comedy show?
I had it before and after.
Before and after, okay. When did you have contact with them prior to the show?
Before I went on the stage, I was sitting at the table with them. Me, her, with the Pointer, Kim Pointer, and it was two young ladies.
So the person that you know as Kim Pointer, who was there with you and Mrs. Pointer at that comedy show, you see him in court?
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Sit to your right, man, green.
Did you notice anything unusual about Charlotte Pointer's appearance on that?
Reflect the witness as identified the defendant in this case. Ken will not.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. My apologies for my oversight. And sir, did you notice anything unusual about the appearance of Miss Charlotte Pointer?
As far as,
Did you observe any injuries on her person?
no, not as, not the night of. We talking about at the comedy show?
At the comedy show.
No, I didn't see any marks or anything of that sort on her.
Does anything stand out to you about the way either of these people were acting?
Well, he was kind of mad about a situation, about some.
Objection, Your Honor. This needs a foundation.
Okay.
This needs a foundation.
So let's just kind of back up. So you had contact with this couple, with Miss Charlotte Pointer and Mr. Kim Pointer before the show, correct?
Correct.
And you had contact with them after the show, correct?
Correct.
And did you speak with Mr. Pointer?
No, I spoke with Charlotte.
And was Mr. Pointer present?
Yes.
And did he say anything?
No, not to me, but besides at the comedy show, that's the only time we spoke.
Okay. What did he say to you at the comedy show?
Well, basically that he was mad about a car that he was supposed to be getting. The guy played him on it, but he was glad he came to the comedy show as far as that, but he was mad about that. He was very mad about that.
When you say very mad, was there anything about the way he was acting that made you believe that?
Yeah, we spoke in the back. We spoke in the back. He was angry. He said, "Yeah, man, I feel I'm gonna kill this guy."
Okay. Did he say anything to you about Mrs. Pointer?
Not at all.
Okay. Did you observe the two of them interacting after the comedy show?
Yes, I saw him interacting at the comedy show. He was, I don't know what happened, but he got up after a joke was said on the stage, and Charlotte, she got up and said, she said, "What you leaving for?" He left out.
Objection, Your Honor, here, sir. Sustained.
Okay. So he got up, Mrs. Pointer said something.
Mm-hmm.
What was he doing at that time, sir?
He was stuffing off like he had an attitude.
Okay. Did you see it? Did you observe them interacting at all after the comedy show?
Afterwards, it was just like a makeup. And basically, she said she was going to tell.
No, not what she said, sir. Just what the only person we can talk about what they said was Kenneth.
Okay.
Okay. So did you hear him say anything to her after the show?
Not at all.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about the way that he was acting after the show?
Just angry.
When you say angry, what about
His attitude? The way he was moving, just the way he looked. He didn't say anything. He was just mad with his arms folded.
Okay. Did you make any specific plans after the show?
Yes. After the show, she said she was going to drop him off at home.
Not what she said. We can talk about the plans.
Okay, yeah, well, after the show, the plans was to go to the Sky Bar.
Okay,
The
where?
Sky Bar, to drop him off at home and go to the Sky Bar.
So the plan was that Mr. Pointer would go home,
Yeah.
you and Mrs. Pointer, and who else would go to the Sky?
It was me and a friend of mine.
Where's the Sky?
I've never been, that would have been my first time going. But so I was just rolling with her. So basically, I was going to her house. She just said meet her at the house.
So you had plans to meet her at her home?
Yeah, that's where I was on my way to after the show.
Okay, and do you know about where her home is?
Yes, what's the block?
What street is that?
I'm trying to think of the street right now. It's the tip of my tongue. It's right off the Southfield Freeway.
Is it in the city of Detroit?
Yes. Man. I forgot the block. It's right there next to the gas station.
Okay. Would this be an address at the 11342 Archdale?
Archdale.
And is that the address where
Yes.
Mrs. Pointer lived?
Yes.
Were you aware if anybody else lived at that address?
Her granddaughter, that granddaughter, Kiki,
Did you know if Mr. Pointer lived at that address?
Yes.
And did you have a specific time that you had agreed to meet her at that address?
I was just on my way from the comedy show. It wasn't no specific time. She was dropping them off, and all we did was just make one stop, and got some oxtails and pulled right up. It wasn't even like a 10-minute difference.
So did Mrs. Pointer and Mr. Pointer come to the comedy show together?
Yes,
Did they leave the comedy show?
yes,
Did you see them leave the comedy show?
yes.
And did they leave before you?
No, we all left at the same time, and I spoke to her right when she pulled off and she to meet her into.
Okay. Okay. Did you follow the vehicle?
No, I did a detour. Literally was around the corner, grabbed some food, and just put right up.
Did you see her get into a vehicle?
Yes,
Who was driving?
she was.
And did you see Mr. Pointer at all?
Yes,
Did he also get into the vehicle?
passenger.
And you saw the vehicle drive off with the two of them in it?
Yes,
Okay. So you said you had to make a stop before you went to meet Ms. Pointer?
yes.
Where was the stop process?
The stop was at a friend's grandmother's home. It was at her grandmother's home. It was literally like 10 minutes away, not even far. Like it was at her apartment. She just literally ran in, grabbed the out of stairs, and we was heading right behind them.
So how long in total would you estimate this detour to have taken?
Literally 10 minutes, because when I pulled up to the house, the ambulance was just getting there.
Okay, I want to go into that. So you took this 10-minute, you left at the comedy show at the same time as the Pointers. You took a 10-minute detour.
Yeah.
You went to her house. What's the first thing that you see when you arrive at her house?
I pulled right up to the front of the house, and I see the police cars outside. So instantly, I just knew that they got into an argument from the comedy show. So,
So
okay.
you saw the police cars.
Okay, I saw the police cars and the ambulance.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get from the comedy show to Miss Pointer's house?
With the detour, I'd say about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
And do you recall about what time you left the comedy show?
Not. It had to be around like 10, 15. Around that time, like, yeah, at least around that time.
Just 1 second. Just want to check my notes, make sure. Okay, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Cross exam, 1 second. So just reverse it my mind.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, in the last 10 years, have you been convicted of any crimes involving theft, dishonesty, or false statement?
No,
How long have you known Mr. Pointer, or when were you first introduced to Mr. Pointer?
at least about like 7 years ago.
7 years ago, and that,
About 7 years ago.
all of that is through Mrs. Pointer?
Yes, yes.
Did you have any type of relationship with Mr. Pointer outside of Mrs. Pointer? Like, would you give him a call, want to hang out?
Not at all.
So your relationship is solely through her?
Anytime I saw him, I would be either there or we'd be out at a family out or something like that. So.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You be direct.
Your Honor would allow me a little leeway. There was a question that I asked on direct that we didn't quite get a clear answer to regarding the time. I'd like to revisit that if there's no objection from the defense.
I won't object.
Go ahead.
So, sir, do you recall, did you make a written statement in this case? Did you make a written statement in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall now about firmly what time you left the comedy show?
Yeah, yeah, like, I know the
Would you,
show ended about 9:30, around like 9:30.
so the show ended at 9:30, you said?
It's about 9:30. We sat downstairs, then left outside, so we left the parking lot, at least had to leave the parking lot about 10. It had to be at least about 10, like, it's around in that time.
Between 9:30 and 10?
Yeah, because I know after the shows, we sit there, take pictures, and then we went upstairs, and she said, we might take them out. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
That's all I needed. I just wanted to clarify the issue of time. I had nothing further.
I have nothing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Your Honor, I ask this witness to be allowed to be excused from this meeting.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Just one moment. I'm gonna get this here. Sorry, Judge, I'm working on transitioning to this digital file, and everything is digital, so I'm trying to work on that. I will call Officer Jacob Turnage. Is he the one who's right behind? He's here. Officer Jacob Turnage. Turnage. Starting with your full name to this young lady here in green.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Speaking to the microphone that'll be on your left. May begin when you're ready.
Sir, one more time for the record of the court, could you please state your full name?
Officer Jacob Turnage,
And how are you employed?
Detroit Police Department.
With what, in what capacity?
Patrol 6 Precinct 53.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police?
2 years.
I want to turn your attention to October the 16th, 2022. Were you working on that?
Yes,
And do you work alone or with a partner?
with a partner.
Who's your partner?
Officer Corbin.
Was he with you that day?
Yes,
And what shift were you working that day?
platoon 3, 4 to midnight.
4 to midnight? Sir, did there come a time during your shift when you were dispatched to an address 11342 Archdale in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
And do you recall about what time you were dispatched to that address? Did you author a report in this case, sir?
yes.
Would a review of your report refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yes.
May I approach the witness with his report to refresh his recollection? Showing that to defense before I do. So to hand you your case supplement in this case, sir, if you can just look it over. When your memories refresh as to the issue of time, please look up. Okay, sir. Do you recall now what time you were dispatched to the address?
Yes.
When was that?
About 10:30.
And what was the nature of the dispatch that drew you to that address?
The call came out as a home invasion 1. We showed up, the primary unit already had Mr. Pointer detained, I was talking to him.
When you say the primary unit, who would that be?
Officer Jones and Officer Benetton.
So you were not the first on the scene?
No.
So how long are, so you indicated that you saw Officers Jones and Benetton already there?
Yes.
And you saw them doing what again, sir?
Speaking to the defendant, Mr. Pointer.
And what did you do, sir?
From my knowledge, I knew EMS was en route. I asked if they had already cleared the house, since it is a home invasion, it's, our policy to go clear the house for, safety. Asked them if they cleared the house.
Were you under the impression that the house was clear?
No, that's.
So what did you do upon learning that, sir?
Got my partner and then, Officer Benetton, and said, let's go to go clear the house.
When you say clear the house, what do you mean by clear the house?
Make sure there was no one inside, since it was a home invasion, run. Basically sweep the house for anyone inside that broke in or, committed crimes.
Okay, so did you enter the home?
Yes,
And how did you enter the home?
through the front door.
Did you notice any signs that might lead you to believe there was a forced entry?
No.
Was the door intact?
Yes.
Was the door frame intact?
Yes.
Did you notice any broken glass or broken windows?
No.
Anything else about the appearance of the exterior of the home that drew your suspicion?
No.
Sir, and what did you see upon entry of the home with that thing?
I walked in through the front door. When I went left, I noticed the victim laying on the floor. Her head was facing towards me and her feet were facing away from me. Did a quick sweep of the room because I knew the other two officers were coming up behind me. Seeing what was going on, I got on my radio and told medics, step it up so they can, do their thing and continue to sweep the house because medics won't make entry into the house until it's safe.
Was a sweep of the home completed?
Yes.
Were any other persons, aside from the person you mentioned you identified as the victim, were there any other persons in the home?
No.
Sir, you had mentioned seeing this person on the floor. Can you describe, did you notice anything unusual about the appearance? Well, let me rephrase. You called the medics and told them to hurry up. Why?
So from where I was, I could see a GSW gunshot wound to the cheek. So I knew it was severe trauma. Maybe at least I don't have that kind of medical knowledge to really assist with, something that traumatic.
Was that the only injury that you observed?
No.
Did you observe any other injuries on this woman?
I believe there was another, if I could take a look at my report, I believe
Would that
there was
refresh-
another GSW that I had seen on, the victim's
And when you're saying GSW, you're referring to what?
gunshot.
Okay. So have you been trained to identify what a gunshot wound looks like?
Yes.
Okay. You've been trained on that and have you seen them previously in your job?
Yes.
So is this a conclusion you're drawing based on your training and experience?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show, you said you had needed to refresh your memory as to whether or not there was a second injury, is that correct?
Yes.
May I refresh this recollection? Your Honor, I'm going to hand this witness's police report. When your recollection is refreshed, please look back up at me. Okay, so is your memory now refreshed?
Yes.
Did you observe any other injuries?
Yeah.
Did you observe anything else or any other, anything else that caught your attention?
After we cleared downstairs for any other threat that might be in the house, we proceeded upstairs.
Wow.
Another part of the house, so the EMS can make entry, it has to be 100% safe for EMS to come in the house. While going up the stairs, we noticed some blood going, blood smears. At the top of the stairs, there was a bullet, a projectile, with blood on it laying on the floor.
Okay, so I want to stop you there. So you're walking up the stairs and you said you saw what you put blood smears. Can you describe that a little bit more for the court? What do you mean by that?
There's blood on the wall, not droplets. Just, it was like somebody rubbed up against the wall.
Okay. And this projectile that you located at the top of the stairs, did it still have its casing attached to it, or was it a bare projectile?
There's a bare projectile.
So this is a projectile without a casing attached to it, correct? Okay. And again, what was unusual about that?
The projectile, I mean, to see a full projectile like that with blood, it's pretty uncommon in my knowledge. So that stuck out to me. As significant.
So you located this bloody projectile, and when we're saying projectile, is there another more kind of a commonplace word for that?
Bullet.
Bullet.
Okay.
So you see the bullet, what do you do next?
I was careful not to disturb it. I pointed it out to the other officers coming up the stairs behind me, because we don't want to disturb any evidence. Upstairs was the bedroom, which we located, with 5 shell casings, laying on the bed next to an empty Ziploc bag. And
So this is a bed, correct?
yes.
Okay. When you say shell casings, what do you mean specifically?
So when a bullet's fired, it, in this case, with a revolver, when a bullet's fired, the shell casing stays in the cylinder of the revolver. And then when you reload, you have to eject those blank shell casings. And they were laying on the bed.
Okay. Was there anything else besides the bed, besides the Ziploc baggie and the shell casings on the bed?
No.
You mentioned a revolver. Did you recover any weapons?
I did not recover any weapons personally. Evidence techs, with this sort of crime, they come and they recover, any kind of firearms and evidence. So the revolver was located next to it.
There was a revolver located next to it? Yes. And, did you have occasion to retrieve that, observe it, or maybe look at it?
I did look at it, but I didn't touch it in any way, just for evidence techs.
And did you notice anything else unusual inside the room? Anything else that stands out to you?
Not to my knowledge.
And what was the next thing that you did?
Stood by with EMS once they arrived. And then once the victim was deemed deceased, we set up a perimeter and held the scene for supervision, evidence techs, medical examiner.
Did you have any occasion to speak with the person who was detained in this case?
No.
Were you there when the deceased was identified?
I found that out later.
That's fine.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Officer, just a handful of questions. It'd be fair to say that on this night, 16th, back in 2022, October, it would be fair to describe your job as observe, don't touch when you arrive at a scene like this?
Yes.
And you honestly don't know what you're going to view at any scene, correct?
Right.
When you found out that EMS is on their way, are you ordered to go and sweep, or do you automatically know because EMS is showing someone in this group is going to go and sweep the home? Does that make sense?
Did you?
You find out that EMS is going to be arriving, correct? Now, at that point, do you take it upon yourself, you and your partner, to go inside and sweep the home, or are you ordered by another superior to go inside the home and sweep for EMS?
In this particular situation, I was the one that got the other officers together because the home hasn't been swept yet.
And that's just standard practice, correct?
Yes.
And when you're going in to sweep, your goal, I'm assuming, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is to find any other individual or danger inside of the home, correct?
Yes.
So you walked in and was your assumption to make sure there was no other people inside of the home?
Yes.
Okay. It would not be at that time want to phrase this correctly, so I ask you the proper question. You're not investigating at this time the entirety of the scene. You're just looking for people inside the home, correct?
Yes, first step is safety.
And then once the safety has been identified and the room has been swept, and I'll use the word clear, you back away, you would then be outside, wait for EMS to arrive?
Yes.
And then anything that involves any more detailed work, once you found out that someone had perished in the home, anything that goes further into the investigation, that would involve evidence techs and other superior officers?
Yes.
I have nothing. Thank you.
You redirect? No. Thank you, sir. You may stay.
Lieutenant Jones. Calling Officer Jones, Officer Javon Jones. But I like everything. I do actually.
Good afternoon, sir. Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter, see over there.
J-O-E.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please box. To the microphone to your left. Then begin when you're ready.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record?
Javon Jones,
What do you do for a living, sir?
Detroit police officer,
With what precincts?
6th precinct.
Sir, were you working on October of the 16th of 2022?
I was,
And what shift were you working?
the 3rd shift.
Do you have a partner or do you work alone?
I did have a partner that day.
Who's your partner?
Seth Benetton.
Sir, did there come a time during your shift when you were dispatched to address 11342 Archdale in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you to that location?
It was a home invasion.
And was anybody else present when you arrived at the location? Any other officers?
When I arrived, it was just me and my partner.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the location?
No, I do not recall.
Would that be documented in your police report?
Yes, it would.
Would a review of that report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And as you've seen this, correct? Then have the officer's report for refresh his recollection as to the time. You know what your memory is refreshed. So about what time did you arrive, sir?
Approximately 10 p.m.
Approximately 10 p.m. Was it before or after?
After.
It was after 10. And what was the first thing you did upon arrival?
When I arrived, my partner was slightly ahead of me. My partner was the person to the door. After I followed my partner, I observed a black male who opened up the door. And I walked in, I asked him what was going on, if he was the one they called.
And did he identify himself as the caller?
Yes.
Okay. The person that you spoke to that day who identified himself as the 911 caller, you see it present in court today? Will you tell us where he's seated, what he's wearing?
Sitting right there.
Give me something unique about anything he's wearing.
I was wearing a
Record reflect identification of the defendant.
Record should reflect the witness as identified the defendant in this case, Kim Lamont Pointer.
Did you notice anything else unusual that caught your attention once you entered the home?
Immediately, it was, the male's demeanor.
What about his demeanor drew your attention?
He wasn't reacting a lot. He didn't say too much. He said that she's over there and pointed to his right.
And when he said she's over there and pointed to his right, did you look in that direction?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I looked, I observed a black female laying on the ground, in a pool of blood, and a silver handgun laying next to her.
What was the next thing you did, sir?
I asked the man, so I asked him, was there anybody else in the house? He said no. And then I asked for him to step outside with me.
And what happened next?
I walked him down to the sidewalk and I was asking him to tell me what happened.
Was he under arrest at this point?
No.
Were you physically in contact with him at any during this conversation?
Just when I guided him outside the house.
Was he in
to
handcuffs?
the sidewalk. No, he wasn't in handcuffs.
And did he explain to you what had happened?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he arrived shortly to the house. He said that he arrived to the house shortly before calling 911. He said he walked into the door and he just observed her laying on the ground.
Did you notice anything about his appearance as far as injuries?
It appeared injuries for him, no.
Okay. Did he have any blood on his person?
Yes, I did observe what looked to be blood splatters on his body.
On his, what about his hands?
I don't recall.
Did you get a good look at the house?
The inside.
I'm going to object based on the timing. Did you get a good look before? Did you get a good look after? I think it's relevant to the situation.
As you approached the house to walk inside, when you first arrived, did you get a good look at the exterior of the house, the entryway, the doors, the windows?
Yes.
Did you observe any signs that you would believe that would lead you to believe there was a forced entry?
No.
Any broken?
No.
And when you were inside the home, did you get a good look at the entryway, the front room, if you will?
Yes.
And did you notice anything in that front room that would lead you to believe there may have been a forced entry?
No.
What was the next thing that you did after you guided Mr. Pointer out and spoke? What was the next thing?
I instructed my partner to call for additional units so that they could clear the house, make sure that there wasn't any other potential victims inside the house.
Did you ever go back in there?
I did.
And when did you re-enter?
It was after additional units made the scene and they cleared the house as well. Supervisors and medics all made the location. All of them had made the location before I re-entered.
And what did you do next? So the next thing that you did?
The next thing?
Yeah. Did you have any further involvement in the case? Did you look at the evidence?
I didn't collect it evidence. When I got done speaking with Mr. Pointer, I asked him to have a seat in the backseat of my car. And he wasn't under arrest, there was just being detained. He refused to have a seat in the back seat. I see that he was visibly intoxicated at the point. I knew that he couldn't leave. I instructed him that he couldn't leave. He didn't want to sit in the back seat.
Okay. And what happened next?
So at that point, I told him that he was being detained still, and we put him in handcuffs. and then shot him in the backseat of her vehicle.
All right, anything further?
Cross examine.
One moment, sir.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step in.
One second, Judge, may I? Just one second, I do apologize, I want to make sure I'm in the right place. Liam Collier, calling officer Liam Collier.
Leo?
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over there.
Right over here, this, you're waiting for.
Leo?
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please step forward, have a seat in the witness box next to me. Voice up nice and loud, and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left, okay? Maybe begin when you're ready.
Sir, please state your name for the record of the court.
Liam Collier.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a police officer assigned to the 6th precinct, 3rd shift.
And were you working on October 16th of 2022?
Yes.
When you say third shift, what shift is that?
That'd be afternoons.
Afternoons being midtime.
That is 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
And did there come a time when you were dispatched to an address on Archdale, 11342 Archdale in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call to drive that address? You recall?
No, I don't recall.
What was, were any other law enforcement officers present when you arrived at that address?
Yes.
How many other units were there? Do you recall?
I believe 1.
Were you working alone or with someone?
I was working with my partner.
Who's your partner?
It'd be P.O. Turnage, police officer Turnage.
And did you have occasion to make entry into the home?
We did.
You tell me what you observed upon entry into the home.
Yes. Upon entry into the home, my partner and an assisting scout, we entered the home. I observed a female from the door. Observed the female from the door in the hallway near a staircase to the right.
Okay, how was she positioned?
She was positioned on her back. On her back, I think her head was facing the door.
You said a stairwell. Where in relation to the stairwell was she?
She was laying right before the stairwell,
Were her feet or her head closer to the stairwell?
her feet.
And did you notice anything unusual about this, the appearance of this person?
Yes, as I approached the body of the female, I noticed she had blood, full of blood on the floor.
Okay. Did you see any other blood?
Upon making my way upstairs, yes.
Okay, so where was the other blood that you saw?
There was marks along the stairwell wall going up into the second level of the house.
Did you notice any firearms?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see that firearm?
I believe that firearm was sitting on the bed on the second floor.
There was a firearm on the bed on the second floor?
I believe so, yes.
Did you see any other firearms?
No.
Did you author a report in this case?
I'm sorry?
Did you author a report in this case? Report. Did you write a report?
I did.
And sir, did you notice any ammunition?
I did on the bed as well.
Did you notice anything else on the bed?
I believe there was a box.
Anything unusual about the box?
I believe it might have been an ammunition box or a box to the gun.
How long were you on the scene?
I don't recall.
And what was your total? Did you collect any evidence, sir?
My partner and I did not collect any evidence.
Did you observe anything other than this? Did you observe any items of clothing that were of note?
I don't recall.
Did you observe any injuries to this person that you saw laying at the bottom of the stairs?
I did. I noticed she had possible gunshot wounds.
Where?
I do not recall from the body.
Nothing further.
Cross exam?
No question.
Thank you, sir. You missed it.
I'd like to call the officer in charge, Detective White.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat and good response. When you're ready.
Please state your full name for the record of the court, sir.
Detective John L. White.
And what do you do for a living?
I am currently employed by the Detroit Police Department Homicide Division.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
10 years.
Do you recall the events that bring us to court today?
Yes, I do.
When I introduced you as the quote officer in charge. What does it mean to be the officer in charge?
What that means is that we work in a squad concept and I direct my squad members in the directions that we may need to go.
So, October the 16th of 2022, at an address on Archdale, 11342. Did you go to that crime scene, sir?
Yes, I did.
But what time did you arrive?
I want to say 11:20. We roughly have about an hour after notification to arrive. So between 10:30 and 11:30, somewhere in there. Closer to 11:30.
So what type of residence is this?
It's a single family home.
And when you arrived at the location, did you get a good look at the outside of the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe anything that in your training and experience would cause you to believe there may have been forced entry?
No, it was not.
And did you make it into the home, sir?
Yes, I did.
Was a search warrant executed for this?
Not initially.
But you made it into the home?
That's correct.
And when What is the first thing that you recall seeing upon entry into the home?
You observed the victim laying, head towards the front door, feet towards the rear of the home.
Was there any stairs near her?
To the right of her, as you enter the location, the stairs are just beyond her feet to the right.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in a gold and brown, it looked like a jumpsuit, for lack of a better term.
Did you see any injuries on her person?
Yes.
What injuries?
She had multiple gunshot wounds to her head. She had a gunshot wound to her abdomen. She had a gunshot wound to her breast area, in the breast area. Those are the ones you can observe, that I observed.
Did you observe any weapons?
Yes, it was a revolver that was sitting on the floor next to her body.
Okay. Did anything unusual stand out to you about this revolver?
Nothing unusual, they just said it was there.
Was there any blood on the revolver?
Oh yeah, it was blood everywhere, all around her body.
Did evidence techs recover this revolver?
Yes, they did.
And did you get a look at the revolver when it was recovered, as it was recovered?
Oh, yes, I did.
Was there any ammunition in the revolver?
Yes, it was.
How was the revolver loaded? How many pieces of ammunition were in the revolver?
What I can recall it being a 6-shot, and I think one shot was fired, but that's just me trying to recall it.
But you said it was a 6-shot revolver?
I believe it's a 6-shot revolver.
Were there empty casings in it?
I believe one.
Was there live ammunition?
They were live ammunition. The rest of the cylinders were live, if I recall correctly.
Did you have occasion to go upstairs?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about the stairwell itself?
Yes, there was blood smears and blood droplets on the walls and stairs as you walk up to the stairs. When you get to the top of the stairs, there was like a laundry basket. It had a wig, partial wig with blood entangled in it. A pair of glasses, partial glasses were entangled in the wig, also in the basket.
So this wig was in this basket at the top of the stairs?
That's correct.
So talk to me about Miss Pointer when you saw her. Was her hair done up?
No, clearly, based off of my experience, she may have been wearing a wig because the way her hair was.
Was it pushed flat against her head as somebody who typically wears a wig would have had in your experience?
That's correct. And it was based off of, in hindsight, I observed photos of her earlier in the night.
So you saw photos of her earlier in the night?
Right, so that's why today I can tell you that I believe she wore it.
Wonderful. So you see this tangled wig and glasses in the laundry basket. What do you see after that? What's the next thing that draws you?
As you come up to the steps, it then turns right, and you observe blood in the carpet area. You observe a fired bullet. We would call it pristine, but it's in pretty good shape.
Okay, what else did you see?
You observe a cell phone, which we came to learn that it belongs to the victim, on the top of the banister covered in blood.
On the top of the banister?
Yeah, so when you reach.
Just to be clear, we're upstairs.
We're upstairs, so when I say the banister, I'm speaking of like a ledge. Once you get up to the top step of the room, it's like a ledge that sits there, so I say banister.
Was that phone recovered?
Yes, it was.
Did you go into the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice, if anything, upon entering the bedroom?
You observe more blood spatter and blood spots on the carpet. You observe empty casings, fired casings on the bed scattered, roughly 6 to 8 of them. I can't recall the exact number.
Okay. Anything else you noticed?
Not that I would recall.
Were you present when the evidence techs processed the scene?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you watch them take all items into evidence?
That's correct, I did.
Okay.
But prior to that, I have to stop you, Counselor. Prior to any evidence being collected, it came up one time during the initial investigation that I went back out to Mr. Pointer based off of the information that was provided.
You went back out to see Mr.
That's correct.
And where was Mr. Pointer positioned?
But when I first observed him, he was in the rear of a scout car in handcuffs. And I asked the officers why was he in handcuffs. They couldn't.
I want to talk about what the officers said.
They couldn't give me a clear answer. They didn't know. So I made them take the cuffs off. I had him fix his clothing. And then I began to ask him just basic investigative questions as to what occurred here, why were we here today.
Talk about that. So the cuffs are off, right?
That's correct.
He's out of the cuff.
That's correct.
And he's standing in front of this, where is he standing? The street or the sidewalk? Where's he
He's standing in the street right next to the scout car.
And as you're asking him these questions, do you make any physical contact with him?
No.
And were there other officers present at the scene when you're asking these questions?
Yes, it was. It was, at that point, it was several officers present at the scene to secure the location.
And what was the purpose of talking to Mr. Pointer? Why were you asking?
Because based off of my physical observations into the home, I wanted to ask him what was the call, because the nature of the call was a home invasion.
Okay. So at this point in time, did he tell you anything?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say to you, sir?
He said that he arrived at home and he discovered his wife like that. I asked him, was the door locked or unlocked when he arrived? He said he didn't recall, he didn't know.
Did you ask him anything else?
I asked him, did he see the gun laying next to her? Was that his? And he said he didn't see the gun laying next to her. And at that point, I stopped.
Okay, go ahead. What did you next?
And then told him that based off of my observation of the scene and his lack of questions, being able to answer simple questions, the gun is laying right next to him. At that point, I said I'm going to place you in custody and take you to the DDC.
And was he detained at that point, sir?
He was officially detained by me at that point. And then they took him, he was taken from the scene at that moment and taken to the DDC.
I want to go back to the collection of evidence. So first of all, were you present when the medical examiner's office came to take the body?
Yes, I was.
And were you present for the identification of the body? Or were you present for the body being searched for?
Oh, that's good.
So are you aware of the identification of the body?
I was aware prior to the search. Family members were outside the home.
And based on your investigation, who was this deceased?
It was Ms. Charlotte Pointer.
Sir, turning back to the bedroom, you said you were present when evidence was collected from the bedroom?
That's correct.
Was any other paraphernalia associated with firearms collected involved? Would a review of your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So I have your investigator's report. Is that what we're referring to, or do you need something else?
No, you can use my investigator's report.
I'm going to give you your investigator's report. Bear with me. This is your investigator's report, like you refresh your recollection. That's any other paraphernalia discovered in the upstairs bed.
Okay.
So was there anything else discovered in the upstairs bedroom, sir?
Yes.
What was discovered in the upstairs bedroom?
2 fired bullets, stick casings, pair of broken eyeglasses, a wig, and a wig, like a stocking cap. That was what I believe was upstairs.
Just 1 second, sir. Were you present when the scene was photographed?
Yes, I was.
Would you recognize photographs of the upstairs bedroom if you saw them again?
Yes, I would.
Bear with me for just a second. I wasn't Planning on admitting some photos, but I might have to. May I record and Bellevue for just a second when my computer catches up?
Okay.
I do apologize. My computer is giving me a technical challenge. Let me just ask you this, and I don't know, I mean, if there's an objection, you know. Do you know what a speed loader is?
Okay,
Speed loader.
yes.
What is a speed loader?
It's a contraption that allows you to reload your weapon at a faster rate.
Is it used for any particular type of weapon?
Yes, you have speed loaders for automatics, which are magazine weapons. Then you have speed loaders for revolvers.
Okay, and was there ever a speed loader associated or collected with this case?
Yes, it was.
Where was this speed loader collected from?
It was on the bed with the spent casing.
And is this of the, you know, you said there's two types, so the types used for revolvers, and types used for automatics. Which type was this?
This was one for a revolver. It was based off of my evidence text comments. I knew it was to be for a revolver.
Nothing.
Cross-examine.
Thank you. Detective, you were answering a question and then you clarified with the prosecution that, I'm just gonna take you back in time, that before the evidence text arrived, you were inside of the home, but you left the home and then you went outside and spoke with Mr. Pointer. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And when you went outside at that time to go speak with Mr. Pointer, where was Mr. Pointer at?
He was in the rear of the scout car in handcuffs.
In handcuffs. And then you inquired with, do you recall, was it an officer or more than one officer? You inquired with?
Well, I just asked a general question to the officer. I can't recall who the officers were around me. And I asked, why is he in handcuffs? Because at that point in time, what we had was a home invasion type situation.
Okay, but it appears though that, do you recall which officer or which officers you were speaking with?
No.
In your experience, would it tell you that they made a determination that he needed to be detained?
I'm not sure what they determined.
It's in his experience, he has to have some form of. So you went and talked with two officers who would not answer clearly why someone was handcuffed in the back of a scout car?
I never gave you a number, counselor. I said, I walked to the scout car where they told me he was at. When I opened the door, he was in cuffs. I had to take the cuffs off and I asked why, just like, why is he in cuffs?
So was he officially detained at that point, or would you call that unofficially detained?
Well, I couldn't tell you what they did prior to me getting there. When I arrived and ascertained what was going on and asked for where the PRO, which is the person who reported this offense, was at, they directed me to the scout car. That's when I went to the scout car. And then I observed him in handcuffs, because when I first arrived at the scene, I went straight to the home to review the scene.
Why didn't you just ask him questions when he had the handcuffs on?
Because I didn't have a reason to detain him at that moment, so I took the cuffs off of him.
Well, you're not detaining him anyway, someone else already did. So what's the difference in taking off the cuffs or not?
Because I didn't want to have him, I didn't detain him, so I took the cuffs off based off of what I assessed at the scene at that time.
What is the importance of you taking off the cuffs?
What do you mean?
These cuffs came off him after they had been put on him by officers under your care, under your charge. What's the importance to you of taking the cuffs off?
Again, sir, they're not under my charge. They have their own supervisor at the scene. I ascertained why was he in cuffs. Nobody could answer. I took him out of cuffs. I removed it from the scout car, so I can't tell you what was in there.
Well, let me ask you this. You said they have their own supervisors. Why didn't you ask them to speak with their supervisors?
At that point, I didn't care. I wanted to get him out of cuffs. So I took him out of cuffs.
So you took him out of cuffs, and now at this point, to you, he is an unarrested individual, he's not being detained, correct?
To me, he is out of cuffs, but I have no reason to put him in cuffs and detain him from my perspective of what I observed at the scene.
So he could have said, "Good day, sir," and just walked down the street at that point?
He could.
But you said you came outside, and when you ultimately put handcuffs back on him,
That's
you
correct.
said that was based on the observations you made at the scene, correct?
In his answering of the questions, but I asked him general questions about the 911 call and how he found it.
Straight answer, what is the significance of taking off the handcuffs before asking him questions?
He wasn't in custody. So he was not, there was no reason for him to be in custody based off of my experience. So I took the cuffs off of him. I couldn't tell you why they took the cuffs on him, whether for safety reasons or whatever their reasons were. I took the cuffs off of him.
And you inquired, but they didn't say safety reasons, did they?
I said a general question, why is cuffs on him, and nobody responded. I said, take them off. They took them off. I said, how you doing? I did not introduce myself to Mr. Pointer.
And all of these officers, they're all under your charge right now because you are the officer in charge of all of us, correct?
They're not under my charge, sir.
What would you call the officers underneath you in this case?
What do you mean? They don't work for homicide, so they have their own supervisors at the scene prior to us arriving.
As an officer in charge, are you in care of anyone in this case underneath you that had anything to do with this matter?
They define in care of.
What's your role as officer in charge?
I explained it. You want me to explain it again?
Yep.
I'm the one that when I get to the scene, I direct and move my squad members in the direction that they need to go.
Who's your squad members?
I have 7 of them.
So those are the only people that are underneath your charge, your care?
Are you saying at that scene?
Yep.
When I arrive, we arrive as a squad, and we then go and assess the situation. Exactly like I did. I went into the home, I assessed the scene. Based off the information I received, and the information that I observed, and the details that I observed, I came back to ascertain who was the PRO.
But you didn't get all the information because you said you just asked them a question and they didn't have an answer. So you just went and, unlock the chains on them to ask them questions.
So, sir, you're asking 2 different things.
Answer both.
My investigation has nothing to do with the question of why is he in custody. I didn't know where Mr. Pointer was when I arrived at the scene. So after I conducted a brief view of the scene and was updated by the officers at the scene of what occurred, then I asked where Mr. Pointer was at, then I was directed to.
Which officers updated you what was going on at the scene?
So I couldn't tell you who specifically. It was a lot of officers there.
But you said you were updated.
Right. As we walk through, we're walking through and they're talking, telling us what they see, what they have here, what they have here, what they have here. Then I asked the name, well, where's the PRO? Because they told me that the husband called and said it was a home invasion, and they discovered her like that.
You don't know who you're talking to. You hear things at the scene. You put that together. So you don't know who is telling you this information.
Not that I don't know who, sir. I don't recall. I don't recall who it was that I spoke to specifically or who was answering.
What would have happened if you asked my client questions and you did not take off those handcuffs?
Objection, speculation.
I'm wondering what the relevance is.
Let it go. I have no questions.
No, you're right. No.
Thank you, sir. You may discuss that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
No witnesses.
People.
Your Honor, people move for bind over in this case. As Your Honor would recall, multiple exhibits were previously entered, including a prior conviction. And I believe there was a stipulation as to the fact that the defendant was previously convicted and not permitted to possess a firearm at the time. Is that correct?
Stipulated.
So according to the medical examiner's report, there were a total of 13 gunshot wounds to this individual, to Miss Charlotte Pointer, the victim at the scene. We have a revolver with 6 shots They were at the comedy club together. The show ended at 9:30. He was there with her. They left together. They went home. The plan was to drop him at home, and then Mr. Young was going to meet her at the home, and they were going to go to another bar together. I think the most damning piece of evidence in this case is the phone recording. And if Your Honor will recall, previously, Mr. Felipe Phillips testified in this case. And Mr. Felipe Phillips testified to receiving a phone call from his mother at about 9:15 his time in Texas, which would have been about 10:15 our time in Michigan. And you can hear on the call the voice that is identified by Mr. Felipe Phillips as Kim Pointers, taunting, saying, "Look who's dying now. You dying. You dying. B word. I loved you though. I guess I'm going to prison for the rest of my life." And then you hear the call ending with, "Yo crazy ass," or "yo skanky ass," something along those lines. There are two 911 calls in this case. The first 911 call is the exact end of the audio from the call to Mr. Felipe Phillips, the "yo crazy ass, yo skanky ass." I can't remember what the exact words were, but those coincide. So it's the theory of the people that Mr. Pointer went to call 911 and discovered that Mrs. Pointer's phone was still on to her son. He then makes the second phone call, which is the first time where we hear this breaking and entering, which does not happen. There's no sign of forced entry in the house. But not only that, there was no time for any of this to occur. They left the club together. It was a short drive from the club to their home. Mr. Young testified that it took him in total 30 minutes, and he made a stop. If they left shortly after 9:30, between 9:30 and 10 o'clock after the show ended, he got home, and they got home together. We know he was in a heated mood. And it's the theory of the people that she was shot upstairs in the bedroom. We know she was shot upstairs in the bedroom because we have the projectiles and shell casings in the bedroom. And I think there's ample evidence to show malice aforethought in this case because we have a weapon. First of all, we have a couple who was arguing. We have a gentleman who was already upset. And we have a weapon that requires to be reloaded. If she was shot 13 times, as evidenced by the 13 gunshot wounds, with a 6-shot weapon, which still had bullets in it when it was recovered on the scene, it's quite clear that he had to reload during the course of this attack, especially as evidenced by the speed loader that was located at the bed. The ammunition box was located in the upstairs bedroom, as testified to by one of the officers. Spent shell casings and a projectile were located upstairs. There was a trail of blood leading down the stairs to where her body was found. She was found without a wig. Her tangled, mangled wig was found in a trash can upstairs adjacent to her bloody phone. All the evidence in this case clearly supports probable cause to find that the defendant committed the charged crimes. We ask that Your Honor bind the defendant over as charged.
Mr. King, do you still have those phone calls that you introduced last?
Yes, Your Honor, I do still have the exhibits that were introduced.
Can you play those for me again? It wasn't until you mentioned that I remember that the complaining witness's son had testified. I do remember his testimony, but I don't remember all of the specifics of the phone call.
So, Your Honor, there were 3 things that were admitted by way of audio recording, 2 911, the ME's exam was admitted as people's 1. The 2 911 calls were admitted as people's 2 and 3. And then the audio recording from the son that he authenticated was admitted as people's 4. Would you like me to play people's 4, or would you like me to play everything?
We'll go with 4.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to put this somewhere near a microphone. Let me do this.
Shooting when they're at the podium.
And every time I unplug this drive, I lose it. I forget if that's where it lives. So So this is what was previously admitted as people's four.
I'm glad you did. I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. But fuck you with your punk
Would you like to hear the 911 calls?
Yes.
Sunday, October 16, 2022, 22:13 and 23 seconds.
You fucking ass.
You say 911, what is the address of the emergency?
I love you.
Next call. You can go to the next call?
Sure.
Sunday, October 16, 2022, 22:14 and 0 seconds.
Hey, 911, what is the address of the emergency? 11342 Oxford, I had a break-in. What's the address? 11342 Oxford, I had a break-in. Okay, are you coming home to discover this circumstance first? Yes, I found my wife in here. Okay, you found her in here where, sir? So she was home when the break-in occurred? I forgot. Hello, so I need you to answer the question, was she at home?
I'm gonna say this is 12 minutes long, Your Honor. You want the entirety of it?
No, that's okay. I heard enough.
But it was your funky ass. That was the statement that was on both those recordings. I just stand corrected.
After that, Your Honor, we object to count one.
Count one is homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. I think people's exhibits 4, and I guess that was 2 and 3 as well, speak for itself. The defendant is, I guess, in his own mind, justifying why he did what he did. And it's obvious to this court. This court was forced to see no other evidence. This evidence alone, I think, a rational trial of fact will come back guilty of murder in the first degree premeditated, without question. To add insult to injury, he makes this phony 911 call, talk about somebody breaking in. There's no sign of forced injury. This has to be the most sloppiest first degree murder I've ever seen. But the defendant unloads the gun on his wife, reloads, shoots her some more. She's been shot 13 times with 6 shots of ball. So obviously he reloaded that gun. He had plenty of time to reflect on his actions as to what he was doing before he took those actions. Then he had the presence of mind to call 911 and place a phone call about somebody breaking in. This court is more than satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 23rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Then it will be remanded to the custody of Wayne County Sheriff.
Follow me, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You didn't roll it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this paperwork first.
Okay.
Can you be investigated for it wasn't matter of the evidence?
No.
King, I know you wish all your cases were that easy.
Okay. Here's the matter of evidence.
No, what can you do with that, right?
Keep that down.
I don't know how you do it, that's what,
I'm tired.
we gotta take his toll.
Oh, Jesus.
Today was a real rough one. This is a lot. That was a lot. That don't make no sense.
Yes, I might have overkilled that a little bit with the officer's testimony, but
No, I think you did just fine.
Microphone still on.
Hmm.
Microphone still on.
always a pleasure, Judge.
Pleasure's mine. Somebody said,
Well, you know what they call.
Come on,
Y'all know y'all wrong, right?
I was about to say myself, you gotta have some mini bar up there or something, I swear, man, you gotta.
He started to call 911. So he killed her phone, then he picked the phone back up.
Should've had two. I mean, this is stupidity, that's, the guy that shot the guy from Duncan like that.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You said that shit.
I'm trying to get Bruce a ride, but I can't get hold of that. Yeah.
I'm good.
You good?
I called him account.
You called him every day.
We have that service. We've had it for about.
Well, I knew that you kind of offered a little bit of escorting people around service. Usually it's in.
Mr. Young's son played for my football team.
The coach?
I own a youth team, on Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Football team, your dad?
Full contact. Mr. Young's son played for my team years ago.
Really? Wow, that's cool.
But the scene, I recognized it, but in the situation, I didn't even say anything.
Alright. Yeah, speed up while I draw.
Cases on YouTube.
I know.
Stories.
All right, y'all, have a great one.
Okay, you too, be safe.
Yeah.
All right, be quiet.
Before the deputies get out of here.
Wait on that.
My mask for the law. There it is.
Ain't that the change?
Miss you tomorrow, Ernie. Enjoy your long weekend.
You saw somebody pick up the glass, yeah.
I had no, they said it was 7 o'clock. I didn't remember. It was weird. Talked off the phone.